Okay, I'm about to fix it. Hold on real quick.
Speak for themselves in terms of what he did.
So you're thinking that Anthony Huber was not the aggressor?
I'm saying that the evidence shows that Anthony Huber swung a skateboard at the defendant's head. Then he hit him in the back of the head with a skateboard while he was lying on the ground. Then he grabbed his firearm. That's what I'm alleging. He hit him in the back of the head.
I guess what I'm struggling with. Did you want to say something?
Yes, that's precisely why we have this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This is precisely why this rule is here. They are alleging that Anthony Huber attempted to strike Howard Nelson with a skateboard, missed, and then came and we would say did not strike him with a skateboard, perhaps attempted to strike, but came at.
To them and go, look, would it help refresh your recollection? You looked at your transcript. Is that going to help you? But you said back in 2020.
That evidence.
That's perfectly fine too.
As we've laid out, is
in addition,
that
as
these
the judge
people
said,
were going to stop an active shooter,
we've got
that they were
some videos that we
provoked
can't
by
play.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
By his rules of evidence. So, for instance, at the scene, the first responding officer, Officer Minshew, had a body cam on, and he talked to Defendant Bryan. But what Minshew will do is Minshew will come in here and he'll take the stand, and he's going to have the transcript of that body cam interview. And what he's going to do is he's going to tell you what Mr. Bryan said about what Mr. Bryan did. Okay? And because of the rules of evidence, we can't play the whole thing for you, but you will get those statements that are important. I just want you to be aware of that when those officers come in. That's the reason they're going to use the transcript from the body cam, because sometimes those quotes are important. And the state wants those quotes and the defense wants those quotes, and that's why they're being given to you. The state is also going to make every effort to put up relevant witnesses. We're not bringing in a whole bunch of people who don't know anything about anything. We're trying to bring you only those relevant witnesses who have some relevant evidence to present. All right, ladies and gentlemen, enough with housekeeping. So who are we talking about in this case? Well, this is 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery. Now, this photo was taken, when he was much younger, but this is who he is. He lived over at 140 Boykin Ridge Drive, lived with his mother. He was also a brother. He was an uncle, and he was an avid runner. The evidence that he was an avid runner is you're going to be able to see his shoes, his Nike shoes, where he basically almost had absolutely no tread left on them whatsoever. So, ladies and gentlemen, who else do we have? We have Travis McMichael, seated right over here, 34 years old at the time of this. worked at Metzen Marine, lived at 230 Satilla Drive with his parents, Greg McMichael and Lee McMichael. He is not, and was not, a law enforcement officer at the time of this incident. Greg McMichael, 64 years old at the time of the incident, a retiree living over at 230 Satilla Drive at the time of this incident, not a law enforcement officer. And then we have defendant Brian, who goes by the name Roddy. So when people talk about him, you'll hear Roddy. 64 years old as well, a mechanic living at 307 Burford in the Satilla Shores neighborhood at the time of this incident, not a law enforcement officer. So where are we talking about, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we're talking about exit 29 off of I-95 coming south, right? US 17 goes east toward Brunswick. It's the Satilla Shores subdivision, and we have these two addresses. So what are we really talking about? Here's an overview. So when we look at this overview, what we have here is we have our, seriously. Now I have no idea what I've done to it. I made a mistake touching it. There we go. So we have the expressway up here. This is 17 coming down here. Royal Oaks. Here we've got Fancy Bluff, and this is Satilla Shores right there. So we look at it. That's the area that we're talking about. Here we have where Mr. Arbery's residence is in relationship to the scene where he was killed. So as you can see, he's off of here at 95 and 17 in the Fancy Bluff neighborhood off of Boykin Ridge Drive. Here is a house under construction. Here's the scene where it took place. It's really about 1.8 miles. It's under 2.5, but it's about 1.8 miles from his house to the scene of the house under construction. This is another overview of the neighborhood from a different direction. Once again, you go this way, you're heading towards I-95. If you go this way, you're heading basically into Brunswick. Here's the Satilla Shores neighborhood. This is one of two ways to get into the neighborhood. The other way is way over here. There is no other exit out of the neighborhood at all, just right here. So we talked about the defendants and where they reside. So first off, we have the blue circle. If you can see it, the blue circle is 230 Satilla Drive, where the McMichaels live. The red circle is where the homicide took place. And the other blue circle is where Mr. Bryan's house is on Burford Drive. So you can kind of see Satilla Drive kind of comes in and then it goes into Burford Drive that way at that sort of weird V intersection. There's 230 Satilla Drive in relationship to the homicide location. There's 307 Burford in relationship to the homicide location. So once again, there are our three main locations that we're going to be talking about. We are also going to be talking about 220 Satilla Drive. A lot of us will be using shorthand, 220. It is an open, unsecured construction site. The land is owned not by any of the defendants, no, by Larry and Amy English. It's under construction and it's wide open. There's no front door. There's no back door. There's no garage door. There's no garage door on the boat. Completely and utterly wide open. And it had been this way for over a year because Larry English was trying to act as a general contractor and finish the house himself. This open, unsecured construction site has absolutely no trespassing signs on it. None whatsoever. It also So where is it? It's at 220. There's 230. So ladies and gentlemen, what you have is you have 220, 222, 224, 226, 228, and then 230, which is the McMichael's house. In addition, one of the things I want to point out to you is you may have heard some of the names of the witnesses in this case. So right across this street, right here, is Jones Road. And you've got Ronnie Olson, Subi Lawrence, and Albenze, Matt Albenze's house. You can't really see him because of all the trees, but here's the open construction site. This is Jones Road, Ronnie Olson, Subi Lawrence, and right here, Matt Albenze. This is what it looks like. You can see it. No front door, no rear door, open garage doors. 220 Satilla Drive. Now, Larry English will tell you, because here's the thing. Larry English has health issues. So Larry English is not going to be here to testify. Larry English gave a deposition. All right? You will see that deposition because it was videotaped. And Larry English is going to tell you that he met the McMichaels only a few times, like one or two times. However, Greg McMichael in his statement says that he doesn't even know Larry English. McMichaels had never been given permission to be at 220, nor had they ever received a warning not to be there. Larry English is going to tell you that there were lots of looky-loos. And Larry English had started to have concerns about liability. You know why? Because somebody told him that kids were starting to go out on his dock in the back. So we're talking about in 2019, right? So Larry English is thinking, okay, I'm building this house under construction. I got this issue, okay, with these kids. So he starts to get cameras. Here's the thing. The other thing Larry English is going to tell you is nothing had ever been stolen from the construction site in 2019 or 2020. Larry English is going to tell you that nothing had ever been stolen from the construction site in 2019 or 2020. What he is going to tell you is that sometime during late October of 2019, sometime November of 2019, he is over at the construction site and he gets on a ladder and he looks down and he sees inside of his boat and he's like, oh, some stuff's missing. Oh my gosh, when did this happen? So some stuff has been stolen out of his boat, and it's expensive stuff. We're talking like $2,500 worth of stuff that's stolen out of his boat. He's upset. But here's the problem. This boat had been back and forth to Douglas because Larry English lives 2 hours away from Satilla Shores. Larry English lives 2 hours away. So one of the reasons he went and got these cameras was he wanted to be able to see what was going on if the kids were on the dock. And these cameras would do motion activated. And they'd come up and they'd do a little 10-second, 30-second video of what the person was doing on his phone 2 hours away. So then, 2 hours away, he'd have to call 911 if someone was on that video. But here's the thing. He's going back and forth to Douglas with this boat. So he doesn't call the police to report this because he doesn't know when his items were stolen. He doesn't know. Were they stolen when it was in Douglas? Was it stolen when it was at 220 Satilla Drive? And he doesn't know who took it. And here's the thing. He goes through a list of suspects in his head. He's thinking it's his contractors. You know, the AC guys are probably doing this. Then it's those looky-loos. Some people have been on my property. Then he's thinking, wait a second. When I parked it in Douglas, there were these 4 teenagers going through this parking lot. So he's got all these different theories. He has no idea who actually did steal his stuff out of his boat. And he only discovered it in the early part of November of 2019. So October of 2019 comes, and he's got these concerns about liability, and he's concerned about the kids on the dock, and he installs cameras in the dock area. He does. And what happens? He gets a looky-loo. On October 25th, 2019, at 10:04 in the evening, Mr. Arbery is seen on the dock video. You're going to get to see it. Okay? He's on the dock. He's wandering around. He does not take anything, doesn't steal anything. He's wandering around on this dock, looking around. And Larry English calls 911 to report it. The thing is, Mr. Arbery leaves by the time 911 shows up. He's gone because he only spends a few minutes looking around, wandering around, and then he leaves. But Larry English calls 911. You'll be able to hear that 911 call. Then we have November 17th of 2019 at 10:21 p.m. We have a white couple that show up together, a man and a woman, and they're carrying a bag. So Larry English calls 911, and he's like, I think these are the people who stole my stuff. They're carrying a bag. I think they're there to go ahead and steal some more of my stuff. He wants the police to go. Of course, this white couple also leaves before the police arrive. But they are the people at this point in time that Larry English is suspecting, oh, they've stolen my stuff. Then what do we have? November 18th at 6:53, the very next night, Mr. Arbery is back. He's now on video inside the house. So what Larry English did is he had it out in the dock with the cameras. He's now installed inside the house some cameras. So up it comes. It's Mr. Arbery. Here's the funny thing about that 911 call. When Mr. English calls 911 on November 18th, he starts talking about the white couple. I called last night, and there was this white couple, and I think they're the ones who stole my stuff. That's what he says in the 911 call about Mr. Arbery. And then we have Larry English calling 911 on December 1st of 2019. He's calling because word on the street, or the rumor mill, or hearsay, however you want to say it, he gets information that the white couple is now living under the Fancy Bluff Bridge. Okay, so remember that big overview? You saw 17? The Fancy Bluff Bridge is just right there as you head towards Brunswick. So he wants the police to go out there and check out whether that white couple is still living homeless underneath the Fancy Bluff Bridge, because he's gotten some word on the street rumor to that effect. But he calls 911 to have the police go check it out. Then we have December 17th of 2019. By this point in time, Mr. English has gotten Officer Rash's personal cell phone number, or not personal cell phone number, but a cell phone number to call him. So on December 17th, his camera phone thing goes off. Oh, somebody's over there. Okay. Mr. Arbery's at the open unsecured construction site. He's there for a few minutes, and the actual time when he got there is unknown because Mr. English didn't call 911. He called Officer Rash. And ladies and gentlemen, here's what Mr. English saw on his video for December 19th of 2019. That's it. That's Mr. Arbery wandering around inside. Doesn't take anything, doesn't steal anything, doesn't damage anything. Here's another camera angle, same night. Doesn't take anything, doesn't steal anything. And so Larry English calls Officer Rash. But here's the problem. Officer Rash isn't working that night. So Officer Rash is like, I'm off duty. I'm not in the neighborhood. I'm not in my patrol car to come and respond. So he basically says to him, listen, call 911. Call the police. And at that point, before Larry English can do that, this is what happens. I'm going to replay that. That was a little weird. It was not as smooth as it should have been. And there's Mr. Arbery jogging off. Now, what's a little hard to see here, I want to point this out, is what's up at the top of the screen here. This is the view out the front. So Ronnie Olson's house is over here. Where these mailboxes are, that's the street down Jones. And once again, these lights are Subi Lawrence's house. So you saw that Mr. Arbery ran off on his jog towards Subi Lawrence's house and then into the neighborhood. Okay, so into the neighborhood. In other words, down towards the McMichaels household. What happens next is this. On January 1st of 2020, bright, sunshiny, cold day, 10:30 a.m., 54 days prior to the homicide, Travis McMichael's handgun is stolen out of his unlocked pickup truck in front of 230 Satilla Drive. Greg McMichael went and moved it. He left it unlocked, and somebody came along. It's unsolved, and there's absolutely no evidence that Mr. Arbery is the one who went and stole Travis McMichael's handgun in broad daylight on January 1st of 2020. But this happened, and Travis McMichael called up. That brings us to February 11th of 2020 at 7:30 p.m. This is 12 days before the murder. So what happens on February 11th, 2020? Travis McMichael goes out in his car. He's coming back in to the neighborhood. And he sees Mr. Arbery at the location. Why does he recognize him? Because guess what Larry English has been doing in the meantime? Larry English has been talking to his neighbor, Diego Perez. Remember how we talked about 220, 222, 224. At 224 is a man named Diego Perez and his wife, Brooke Perez, and their kids. They all live there. And Larry English has been sharing these videos that you're going to see, that I just showed you, with Diego Perez. And Diego Perez has been going around sharing them with other neighbors because they're trying to identify who this guy is so somebody can tell him, please stop coming. Please stop showing up at night because we have to call the police, and then the police show up and then nobody's there. So these videos have been shared and people have seen them. So Travis McMichael, who knows about this, not personally knows about it, this is all hearsay, word on the street, you know, he's seen these videos, hasn't talked to Larry English personally, but he goes ahead and goes past the house. This is his neighbor's house, right? Okay, he's concerned. He sees somebody out in front of it. He actually stops and puts some headlights on it. You can actually see the headlights in the video. And at that point, he goes ahead and goes home. So Travis McMichael goes home, gets his dad, Greg McMichael. They both get their guns, get back in the truck, and go back down the open unsecured construction site. And that's when Travis McMichael calls 911. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. In this case, nobody has ESP. Nobody can read minds. Nobody can tell what's happening. Because in the meantime, when the camera went off, guess what Larry English did? He didn't call the police. Larry English called Diego Perez. Okay? So what we've got is we've got Travis going down to his house. They're getting their stuff, getting their guns, coming back, calling 911. In the meantime, Diego Perez is coming out, okay, because he's been called by Larry English. And then the police show up. So you got all these people out in this neighborhood. And don't get me wrong, property crimes, people are concerned. Nobody likes to live in a neighborhood where there are property crimes, right? People are very concerned about property crimes. But this is basically what happens is Officer Rash shows up with two other officers. You got all the neighbors out there and everybody's looking around. Well, here's the thing. What does Mr. Arbery do? He shows up, he wanders around for a few minutes, and he leaves. So by the time Travis has gone down, gotten his dad, by the time Diego Perez has been called, Mr. Arbery has left. He's not there. But this is what's really important, ladies and gentlemen. Officer Rash has a conversation with Greg and Travis McMichael that evening about this person who's unknown to them, who is wandering around inside the open, unsecured construction site. And this is on body cam video. And this is what is said. Okay, back it up. It appears that the computer's trying to catch up with itself. I'm gonna try this again.
Dumpster out by the driveway. There's blacks right there. Is that right? Driveway. There's blacks right there. Well, I'm here for actual alleged, whatever.
Let's
Kids
like
boyfriend, they only had daughter.
Let's- why don't you stop it for a second?
I will
Nobody.
if I could just mount the force of corporate,
Where are you
then
coming
we'll go ahead and stop.
But like,
If I may give it one more try, it seems to be catching up with itself.
Let's just give it a moment to see whether or not it actually loads.
All right. I can get out of that.
I think it's a video that's embedded in the PowerPoint.
It is embedded in the PowerPoint just to show the one clip, and it seems the PowerPoint's having a little trouble with the volume of the sound loading up. Technology.
Is it on the disc or is it loaded on the television?
It's on the disc.
It needs to be on the television.
Perhaps it would be a good time for the morning break, a bit longer than usual.
Let's finish opening for the state. Yeah.
sure
it's-
fact. Okay.
Clip in an hour's worth of body cam video, we're gonna be here another 15 minutes, so I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna tell you what was said. Officer Rash is standing there, and you know what he says to the McMichaels? He says, I'm talking to Mr. English right now, and he sent me some videos, and Mr. English says that this guy has never stolen or taken anything from this property. So the McMichaels at this point in time are fully informed that the owner of the house has informed law enforcement that Mr. Arbery has never taken anything from this property. They know this. Greg McMichael, of course, pipes up and says, well, it's at least criminal trespass. A misdemeanor, okay? And at that point, Officer Rash goes, well, it's probably loitering and prowling, okay? Also a misdemeanor. And this is the discussion they're having out in front of this particular house about the fact that Mr. Arbery has never taken anything, that the videos have been sent to Officer Rash. Officer Rash has looked at him, and Officer Rash says, well, it looks like he's just plundering around in there. They're wandering around inside there. At no time on this video do you hear the words burglary or attempted burglary. No one's talking about a burglary or an attempted burglary with Officer Rash. They're actually out there trying to figure out, because Officer Rash actually says, nobody knows who this guy is. We're trying to make contact with this guy to tell him to please stop coming back. But at no time did the McMichaels, Officer Rash, or anyone talk about burglary. It's all about criminal trespass, all about loitering and prowling. And that's what they know 12 days before the homicide. What they know for the owner and the police is that there's no evidence Mr. Arbery has committed any felony or theft at this point. And what's his routine? I'm talking about Mr. Arbery. What's his routine? October 25th, evening, shut up, wandered around. November 18th, evening, shut up, wandered around, open, unsecured construction site. December 17th, yeah, inside, wandered around for a few minutes, ran off into the Still Shores neighborhood before Larry English get off the phone with Rash and call 911 about it, right? Now, here's the thing about Larry English. He doesn't keep the daytime photos. He only kept the evening photos or the evening videos that he sent to Officer Rash. So we don't have or know how many times Mr. Arbery went into the open, unsecured construction site without a problem during the day. We don't know, because none of those videos were kept. But right now, what's important is what Gregory Michael and Travis McMichael, and what they knew, that there was no evidence that he committed any felony or theft at the construction site, per the owner and per the police. And that brings us to what? February 23rd, 2020, a Sunday at 1:08 in the afternoon. Mr. Arbery is on video from Ronnie Olson's house across the street. Yep, Olson's not. But this is just unnamed video he's got. Mr. Arbery walks up, broad daylight, on the afternoon, open, unsecured construction site. He's standing in the front yard, and he's looking around, and he's looking around, and he's looking around, he's looking at the house, he goes over this way, he goes over that way. He's out in front of it for a number of seconds, and he's seen by Matthew Albenze, who lives down Jones Road. Okay, remember I showed you the mailboxes? His mailbox is there. So he's out there with his wood chipper, right? And he's doing some stuff, and he notices, this young man out in front. And he knew, because everybody's sharing these videos, this is kind of a problem. We got these looky-loos, right? So at the Olson video, the one thing I really want you to know when you watch the Olson video is the time is off by an hour and 5 minutes. The time is off by an hour and 5 minutes. When you see the Olson video, it's not the right time. We're talking about 1:08 in the afternoon. Broad daylight, sunny day. Now we have Larry English's video. So Mr. Arbery, guess what he's doing again inside the 220 location? That's what he's doing. Walking around, looking around, doing this. Okay? Doesn't take anything, doesn't damage anything. He's inside there, just wandering around. Mr. Albenze, Matt Albenze, who's walked down the street, he's got overalls on. He walks down the street, he stands in the street, he stands under a tree, and he calls 911, but not 911, the non-emergency number. He calls the non-emergency line of 108. Mr. Arbery then leaves 220 Satilla Drive, and he runs off really, really quickly down the street into the neighborhood. Not out of the neighborhood, into the neighborhood. Mr. Albenze calls the non-emergency 911.
Communications operator Smith. Okay, do you have your address or the other house's address?
Right at 219 Point Still a drop.
And you just come working into it right now?
It's all it's under construction. We run around there. It goes right there.
Okay, what is he doing?
Oh, that's crazy. Oh,
Okay, that's fine. I'll get them out there. I just didn't know what he was doing wrong. Was he just on the premises and not supposed to be?
And you can call the camera a bustle, right? You know, just building house.
Okay, that's fine. And you told me on black here.
The horrible part is that 911 call is just that bad. He is talking really, really low, and you can't hear him. There's a lot of static that's over him. See how you could hear her? What she says is, well, what's he doing wrong? And his answer was, well, he's running down the street. And he says, we've had these problems in this neighborhood, just send somebody out And of course, an officer is actually dispatched. The police are on their way. This is the thing. Greg McMichael is in front of 230 Satilla Drive. He's all alone. And he sees Mr. Arbery running really, really fast down the street. He actually uses the words hauling ass. Okay, and he is. Mr. Arbery is running really fast down that street. But the whole thing started when I saw this guy running down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, this is right-of-way decision number 1. Because Greg McMichael actually has no idea that Mr. Arbery is inside 220, the open unsecured construction site. They're on the same side of the street. He's in his driveway working on his boat cushions. He has no idea where Mr. Arbery is coming from, why he's coming from, or anything. He has no idea that Mr. Arbery has just been inside 220. He only sees him running down the street, really fast, hauling ass, but he only sees him running down the street. And what does he decide to do? He runs inside to get his gun. Travis McMichael is inside the house. Travis McMichael is not outside. Travis McMichael doesn't see Mr. Arbery running down the street. He's inside when Greg McMichael runs inside. Greg McMichael assumed the worst. Greg McMichael had absolutely no immediate knowledge, none, that Mr. Arbery had been inside, wandering around for a few minutes, the open unsecured construction site. No idea. But this is what he tells the police later. This is what he tells the police 2 hours or so later at the Glenn County Police Station. So I thought, well, he's running from somebody. He's just done something. He might have hurt somebody or whatever because, this guy's been in and out of that damn one house over and over and over again, got him on videos and everything. He's assumed the worst and has absolutely no immediate knowledge of any crime whatsoever. And note, he is specifically talking about what he assumed Mr. Arbery had done that day. He's running from somebody. He's just done something. He might have hurt somebody or whatever. He's talking about what he thought he was doing that day. Not any other day, that day. These are the words of Greg McMichael. So Greg McMichael makes his driveway decision in this case. This is where it all starts, right at this moment, in that driveway. 5 minutes later, Ahmaud Arbery's dead. But this is where it all starts. Greg McMichael chooses, specifically, knowingly and intentionally, to arm himself with a handgun because he hauls ass inside of his house and gets his revolver. He gets his son, Travis McMichael, who gets his Remington 12-gauge pump shotgun. Travis McMichael has his cell phone, but Greg McMichael doesn't take his cell phone with him. Doesn't take his cell phone. 60 seconds pass. So what you're going to see on the video from the Olson residence is about 60 seconds that Mr. Arbery runs past 230, where Greg McMichael sees him, and Greg McMichael makes his driveway decision to run inside his house and get his handgun, and have his son get that Remington pump shotgun. Driveway decision 2, Travis McMichael. Ladies and gentlemen, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that Travis McMichael turned to his dad and said, "Calm down. It's Sunday. Call 911. Travis McMichael made a decision, a knowing, intelligent decision, to pick up a Remington 12-gauge shotgun and go with his father and get in his pickup truck to go after Mr. Arbery. Driveway decision number 2. He gets in that white F-150 pickup truck, backs out of the driveway, and heads in the direction that Mr. Greg McMichael saw Mr. Arbery running. Now, here's the thing. In the front of the pickup truck is Travis McMichael's kid's car seat. But that doesn't deter Greg McMichael. Greg McMichael climbs in and sits on that car seat so that they can go chase Mr. Arbery. Driveway decision. After getting his shotgun and getting in his pickup truck, Travis McMichael later tells the police, this is later, after Mr. Arbery's been killed, that at one point in time he saw Mr. Albenze point one time down the street, so he assumed something was up. The words of Travis McMichael, I assumed. All right, and Mr. Albenze does this. Mr. Albenze is like standing under the tree. He's made the 911 call. He's still on call. He wanders out into the street. Okay, he wanders far enough up in front of Diego Perez's house, and he does this, and then turns around and walks away. Travis McMichael says, yeah, I saw that, so I assumed something was up. There's absolutely no evidence that there was any verbal communication or any phone communication or any communication with the McMichaels that Mr. Albenze had seen Mr. Arbery inside 220, the open unsecured construction site. No communication, just the pointing of a finger. Now, Travis McMichael, without any immediate knowledge, assumed the worst. And here's what he said. So we stopped, and I said, hey, just want to talk to you. Where are you running from? What are you doing? He has no idea where Mr. Arbery's coming from. He wants to ask him about that. He has no idea of what Mr. Arbery's doing. Where are you running from? What are you doing? Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael are in a pickup truck, a white pickup truck. Mr. Arbery is a pedestrian. He is running on the streets. And he's asking Ahmaud Arbery about what he's doing that day. Where are you running from? What are you doing that day? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to talk about defendant William Roddy Bryan at 307 Burford. Because when that stop talk happens, pulls up next to Mr. Arbery, and he starts questioning Mr. Arbery, Travis McMichael does, it's actually captured on video in front of Mr. Bryan's house. Mr. Bryan has the night owl system. Now, here's the thing. Mr. Bryan, on this Sunday, is out on the front of his porch, and he's out there messing with stuff. He's fixing something. He's got a ladder out there. He's got all this stuff out there. But Mr. Bryan's night owl system works this way. It only comes on when there's movement on the porch, because, of course, you don't want movement on the street because it would go off all the time with cars and joggers and kids and stuff like that. So it's only when it's near his house. So, of course, that day he's working on his house and it goes off. Well, there's a video where you see Mr. Bryan do one of these. He notices something. He walks off. The next video, of course, with motion activation starts because Mr. Bryan is moving. It just captures it right there. And what you see is Travis McMichael's white F-150 pickup truck in front of Mr. Bryan's house at 307. And then Mr. Bryan makes his driveway decision. Defendant Bryan sees Mr. Arbery running away from the white pickup truck. And he makes an assumption, because he has absolutely no idea what's been going on. And he joins the McMichaels in chasing down Mr. Arbery. He just joins in. Oh, a white pickup truck chasing a young man. And he just joins in. Now, the night owl video only takes these in 50-second increments. Now, of course, he's left the porch, so it doesn't come up again. So we don't have a video of what happens next. But what we did see here was what? There's Mr. Arbery. There is the white pickup truck. What's happening here? Mr. Arbery takes off running, and the pickup truck goes to follow him. There's Mr. Bryan. He goes inside to get the keys to his car. And then you'll see him sort of over in this area. There he is. He gets in his truck.
Months before in 2019, because Satilla Shores was a neighborhood on edge. Crime had gone up. It wasn't violent crime. It was property crimes. The kind of crimes that are unsettling. The kind of crimes that are scary. Because you don't know who's coming onto your property, who's in your car ransacking it, who's breaking into your buildings, who's stealing your lawnmowers or your guns. And so the neighborhood was on edge. So much so that behaviors began to change by the neighbors. Kids were not allowed, some kids, to play outside after dark. Residents of Satilla Shores installed home surveillance cameras to catch the thieves that were taking their property. And neighbors in Satilla Shores felt a duty and responsibility to each other to post on the neighborhood pages, Facebook and Nextdoor, about the crime that was happening. And you'll hear about that. The types of posts that you saw on these pages includes, "This is ridiculous." And they drove to the area under the Fancy Bluffs Bridge. There they saw the man. And what you see up here is the call, basically what's called a CAD report. It's basically a report made of Greg McMichael's 911 call to the Glenn County Police to say, hey, basically, there's a guy under the bridge we think is responsible. Could you please investigate? And the police did. They sent an officer out there, and really nothing of note was found. And the investigation ended. But the break-ins, the theft, didn't end, especially for a man named Larry English. For Mr. English, it was only beginning. Larry English, as you heard, lives in Douglas, Georgia. He was so excited to have a weekend home in Satilla Shores on this beautiful little Satilla River. He built a home. He was going to use it for weekends and vacations with his wife, Amy, his daughter, Laura, his son, Hoyt. And so it took time, delays and all that with contractors and himself having issues with health. But he started building a home in Satilla Shores for use as a vacation place, a getaway. He built a dock. His home is right here, the dock on the river. He had a boat on a hoist at the dock, and he had a large offshore boat in his RV garage. In that garage, and I promise not to touch the screen, is this large garage. But that's where he kept, it's called an RV, a garage, but it's really a boat garage for Mr. English. Eventually, because of some advice from his neighbor, Kenny Wade, who lived next door, he installed a camera at the dock and one on the back of his house, which you can't see from this photo. He was concerned about liability because kids were playing out there and they would take his scraps of wood, they would hang out by the dock. But he was also concerned about theft because he had valuables at his house. He had 2 boats, sometimes 3 boats, and he parked his camper on the property, which you can't see in the picture, but you'll see eventually. His camper that he stayed in, sometimes alone, sometimes with his wife and kids, when they came to the house either to work on it or to play at it. So he was concerned about all of this when he installed those cameras. Over the course of the next 3-4 months, he saw on his cameras at night Ahmaud Arbery 4 times. The first time, and this is the first time his camera alerted at all, was October 25th, 2019. Now remember, he's in Douglas, Georgia. He has a cell phone. When his camera spots somebody, he gets an alert on his cell phone. This is a photograph of Ahmaud Arbery on his dock, October 25th, 2019. He gets this alert. He sees this man. He calls Glenn County Police Department. Can't call 911 because 911 would go to Douglas Police. But he calls the 911 number for Glenn County Police. And he's scared. And he's concerned. What is this guy doing at my house at night? There is no legitimate reason, according to Mr. English, for this man to be at his house where his boats are stored, where his camper is parked at night. And he calls the police. He's concerned not only for his stuff, but he's concerned for his family. Because what if Amy was there at the camper alone? What if his daughter, Laura, was there sleeping there that night? And she walks outside and bumps into this intruder. And he gets scared and he panics and she panics and something really, really awful happens. These are the thoughts that went through Larry English's mind when he sees this intruder in his house on October 25th, 2019. He calls back Glenn County a second time after this initial call. Go back a little bit. Okay. Because he calls the police to tell them that the man who's on the dock, and he describes him as plundering around, describes his tattoos, describes his hair twists. The man who was in his house plundering around has now gone across the street towards his other neighbor's house. He describes it as a, I think, whitish, yellowish house. It's Subi Lawrence's house. It's a neighbor he knows. Subi is a single mom. She's a mother of 3 boys. The boys who play outside and ride their bikes and steal Larry English's scraps of wood for their skateboard ramp or their fort or whatever they're doing. This is who Mr. English sees and who he's concerned about. And he wants the police to confront this man and tell him, don't come back. He doesn't see him take anything. Remember, he's only got cameras on the back of the house right now. One camera, back of the house, and one camera at the dock. He wants him removed. By the time police come, and I think it's Officer Rash who responds that first time, Robert Rash. You'll hear from Officer Rash. No sign of Mr. Arbery, who the man we later find out is Ahmaud Arbery. No sign. Now, he's okay with curiosity seekers coming to his house. We've all done it. See a house under construction. It looks kind of interesting. Oh, what are the neighbors building? What are they adding on? What's the staircase going to look like? He's okay with all that. He's okay with the kids coming in during the daytime, taking the scraps of wood. It didn't matter to him. What concerned him was there is no reason that's legitimate to be there at night. And that's why he calls the police. Sometime after October 25th, Mr. English is on a ladder in his RV garage, looks in his offshore boat, and realizes his satellite system, his Yeti cooler, and his microphone system are gone, taken out of the boat. He doesn't know who did it. He does know the HVAC guys were in that area installing some of the not pipes, some of the system in there. He also knows the black male from October 25th was in there. And so he's suspicious. But what can he do? The next alert on his phone is November 17th. Okay, November 17th, a white couple comes on his property at night, 10 o'clock at night. They park out by the porta potty that you saw in the earlier picture. The man has his belt unbuckled. Odd. Comes in the house and he calls 911 and he says, about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, I had my stuff stolen. This is now November 17th. Week and a half, 2 weeks ago is pretty close to October 25th. I've had my stuff stolen. They're in the same area. They're going around where the boat is in the RV garage. Police send an officer out. Officers go out. The couple's gone. They see nothing. Mr. English is upset and he's frustrated. He has valuables stored at the house. Stuff has been stolen. Now 2 people have been seen on his cameras, 3 people, 2 white people and a black male. And so the next morning, November 18th, he goes and he gets his boat and he hauls it away. Figures, I just can't keep valuables in this house that's open, but is owned by him with his valuables. And so he takes the boat away. That very night, November 18th, he sees the same black male he saw on October 25th. The man we now know is Ahmaud Arbery. He's back again. He's seen around the boat, not the big offshore boat, but the other boats. And according to Mr. English, he's plundering around again. He calls Glenn County Police again. Glenn County Police arrive again. And again, Mr. Arbery gets away without being confronted by the police. And Mr. English is frustrated. Of course. He's so frustrated that the very next day, November 19th, these are all out of order. And this is why we don't use technology. All right, November 18th, 2019. This is the night he sees Ahmaud Arbery for the second time. There's somebody back on the property again tonight. Black man, not wearing a shirt in late November, got tattoos on his arms and a pair of light-colored shorts. He's wandering in the carport, looking in the boat, not the offshore boat, the smaller boat. The same guy that was here about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. The night before, he's calling police saying, my stuff was stolen a week and a half, 2 weeks before. He kind of looks like he's up to no good. He's on 3 different people's cameras in the neighborhood. This is Larry English's 911 call on November 18th, 2019. November 19th, the very next day, he has an exchange through text message with his 2 doors down neighbor, Diego Perez. Diego Perez is another person who believes it's his duty and responsibility to look out not just for himself, but for his neighbors. And so Diego has this conversation with Larry English. This is a printout from an extraction from Larry English's phone. So, and you'll see this in evidence, and it's out of order, the way it's printed out. So I'm going to kind of walk you through it because the first exchange is from Larry English. He sends Diego Perez clips of the videos from the white couple on the 17th of November and the black male on the 18th of November. And he says to Diego Perez, who he just knows as Diego Satilla Shores, that's how he's in his phone. They're not friends. They're just neighbors, good neighbors. And he says to Diego, have you seen these people in the neighborhood? And Diego says, no, sir. I can't say I've ever seen them in the neighborhood, but I'll keep an eye out. I can respond in mere seconds because he's only 2 doors down. With your permission. Larry English says, you have my permission. And Diego says, I may be able to intercept them or pen them up for the police. I may be able to intercept them or pen them up for the police. Diego Perez is taking it upon himself, if he can, to perform a citizen's arrest. I'm going to hold them until the police come. And Larry English's response to that, thank you. Because seconds count. Diego Perez knows it. Larry English now knows it because 3 times he's tried to catch his intruders and 3 times he's failed because the police just get there too late. As Diego Perez artfully put it, when seconds count, the police are minutes away. And so he needs the help of Diego Perez and other neighbors. Officer Rash, who responds to these calls, he canvasses the neighborhood. He's trying to catch this guy. And so he canvasses the neighborhood using stills from the video. Have you seen this guy? Do you know him? Can you help me help Larry English? And no one knows him. He's not jogging in the neighborhood. No one's ever seen him. The only time we see Ahmaud Arbery in Satilla Shores is at night on these cameras. And remember, people have cameras in the neighborhood. If he was in there jogging in the daytime, you would see evidence of that. So November 19th, Diego Perez offers to help. Officer Rash canvasses the neighborhood. He's still a mystery. He is at this point a scary mystery because he's plundering around Larry English's house and now everybody knows it. Officer Rash has canvassed the neighborhood. Larry English is talking to neighbors like Matt Albenzi, like Subi Lawrence, like his neighbor Diego and his wife, Brooke Perez. It's being posted on Facebook, on the neighborhood Facebook page. Word is out that stuff was stolen from Larry English's house, parked in his RV garage. Now, I want to be clear. In May, after Travis McMichael was arrested, Larry English realizes he doesn't really know when the stuff was stolen. It was back in Douglas. It was in the house on Satilla Drive. But what he was telling people in October, November, December, January, February 2020 is that the stuff was taken out of my boat, parked at my house on Satilla Drive. That's what the neighbors knew from Larry English and Officer Rash. He's back at the house, Ahmaud Arbery, on December 17th. This is now the third time seen on camera at Larry English's house. He's at night. He has no legitimate reason for being there. And remember, although you're seeing him through infrared cameras, it is pitch black in that house. There is no light. There's no lights on. There's no light switch, no light bulbs. It is pitch dark. And on December 17th, Ahmaud Arbery is seen plundering around again in the area where the boats were located in that RV garage. Police are not called that night. There's no 911 call. Larry English can't remember why he didn't call police. He may have been sick and not seen this video until much later. And you saw the clip of the video with Ahmaud Arbery walking outside the house, looking around again, and taking off into the neighborhood. And the question remains, was he out for a jog? 10 o'clock at night, December 17th? Or was he doing something else? And we'll never know. But it sure does look suspicious. The next time he's seen in Larry English's house is February 11th, 2020. This is now the fourth time in the house. But this time is different. Because this time it's not Larry English who calls the police. It's Travis McMichael. The state got the facts a little bit wrong. So let me correct them. Travis McMichael was going out that night, about 7:30 at night, it's dark, to get gas, fill up his car before the next day. He had to be at work early, so he was just going to fill up his car that night, so he wouldn't have to wake up so early in the morning the next day. On his way up the street, and he's at 236 Hill, this is the exit up here, this is English's house. As he gets up here, he sees a figure dart across the street. And this figure, now he realizes it's a man, is lurking in the shadows 25 to 30 feet from the street, kind of staying in the shadows very furtively, catches Travis's attention. He has no idea who this is. He's never met Ahmaud Arbery. But he sees this guy, and he sees this guy kind of running across the lawn. It's really initially the house next door, kind of a Spanish-style house. He runs across the yard, and he hides behind that red porta potty that you saw in that photograph. Travis is like, this is not good. We know about a guy intruding in Larry English's house. And he stops his car, and he kind of aims his headlights at the porta potty. And knowing there is no legitimate reason for this man to be there, he starts to get out of his car to ask him why he's there. Well, this guy steps out from the porta potty, and he reaches with his left hand, I believe, into his waist, as if reaching for a weapon. It scares the heck out of Travis. He sees this. He's trying to get out, gets in his car, puts it in reverse, stalls because he's so startled. Eventually backs up and gets home where he calls 911, and this is what he says. This is the 911 call. We're not going to play the whole thing because it's too long.
911, what's your best of your emergency? It's a former girl, 2:30, still job. What's going on? We got a string of records. I was working in the neighborhood, and I just called down, running into a house being built. Two houses on when I turned around, she took off running into the house. Okay. What did it look like? The black male, red shirt, white shorts. And you said the house was being built? It's being built. I'm thinking right now, he is in the house. What's the name of the phone number? Travis McMichael. 423 1374. All right. Where are you at now? I'm at the city, or across the street, in my truck. Watching the house. Watching the house with her. I'm here at 6 o'clock. Where are you at? Red Thorn. Okay. You okay? Yeah, one night he told me, when I turned around, calling and backed up, he reached into his pocket and ran into the house. So I don't know if he's armed or not. Looked like he's acting like he was. So, yeah, you might for that. Okay. What pocket did he reach into? The left, I believe. Okay.
He goes on to say later on, it's about 3 or 4 minutes later, so we don't need to waste your time, is we've been having a lot of burglaries and break-ins around here lately. So now here we are, this guy who has seen Travis see him and seen Travis drive away, still has the audacity, the brazenness to go into the English house. Travis is home calling 911. Greg McMichael overhears, and he starts going up to the English house. And he's got his firearm with him. And Travis says, whoa, 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 slow down. Turns out Travis ends up going up there with him, and Travis has his firearm. Diego Perez, who by now has been alerted by Larry English with his video clips, he goes out there, he's armed. These neighbors are going to Larry English's house, not because it's fun at 8 o'clock at night in February in Satilla Shores, but because it's their duty and responsibility to each other to protect each other, to do what they can to help the police stop the guy who's plundering around, breaking into Larry English's house. Officer Rash gets called. They are all cause to believe a burglary has been committed. What is burglary? Let's go back one slide. Burglary is entering a dwelling, whether occupied or not. The fact that it's open without doors means nothing. It's any dwelling, any building, structure, whether occupied or not, without authority, with the intent to commit a felony or theft. You don't actually, to commit a burglary, have to take anything. It is the intent to take something or to commit another felony that makes it a burglary. Travis McMichael has probable cause, based on his training of what probable cause is, to believe Ahmaud Arbery is a burglar. Probable cause. What does it mean? It is the level of suspicion.
Objection. At this point in time, I have an objection at this point in time to this being the law, and the law is going to come from the court. And this has not been, how about I put this, approved on any level by the court.
Well, let me make it clear. This is what Travis McMichael understood from his training was the definition of probable cause.
Okay.
So the
Just
evidence
clarify
will
where we
show.
are. Ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated to you, the court will actually charge you on the law. During the presentation here, the representation is made on what the law is. Again, the court, you will receive that from the court. You will not be receiving that from counsel. So if we could please couch the argument in those terms.
Yes, sir. And this is not what I understand probable cause to be. This is what Travis McMichael, from his 10 years in the Coast Guard, understands probable cause to be. The level of suspicion that would cause a reasonable and prudent person to believe that a crime has been committed under the totality of the circumstances. That's it. It's the level of suspicion that you would need under the totality of the circumstances to believe that a crime was committed. That's where Travis McMichael sat as of February 11th, 2020. The next time we see Ahmaud Arbery in Satilla Shores is February 23rd. It's a beautiful day, kind of a warm February day in Brunswick. Travis McMichael, around midday, around 1 o'clock, is on the couch in his living room trying to get Everett to take a nap, 3-year-old son. So he's doing the strategies that parents do. He has Everett every other week. He shares custody with Everett's mom. On this Sunday, he's trying to get Everett to go to sleep. Greg is in the front yard, in the driveway, reupholstering his boat cushions. It is a pleasant, uneventful Sunday morning leading into Sunday afternoon. While they're doing that, Ahmaud Arbery is walking into the neighborhood, not jogging, not running, walking into the neighborhood, walking into Larry English's front yard. Next. Where he stands there, and this is the view from Ronnie Olson's house across the street, where he stands there, looks around, and walks into the house. While he's doing that, Matt Albenzi is in his yard, down Jones. He's down here. He can see directly into Larry English's yard. He is aware of the break-ins into Larry English's house. He is aware of the items stolen from Larry English's boat. He's out splitting logs. Tree had fallen in his yard, so he's breaking up the tree. He sees this guy that looks like the guy from the video clips. In fact, is the guy from the video clips, walking into Larry English's house. He grabs his gun, puts it in his pocket, grabs his cell phone, walks down Jones to an oak tree. There he is, across the street from Larry English's house. And he calls 911. While he's calling 911, he sees Ahmaud Arbery through the windows in Larry English's house. He doesn't know what he's doing in there, but he knows this guy's been there at night 4 times prior. He knows stuff is stolen. So he's calling the police. He believes, eye contact with Ahmaud Arbery. The next thing he sees is Ahmaud Arbery sprint out of that house. He is not jogging. He is running away into the neighborhood, possibly armed, based on prior experience. He is sprinting at what turns out to be about a 6-minute mile. It's fast, and he's got long strides. That view is from Diego Perez's surveillance camera. He runs right past Greg McMichael's yard. Greg McMichael sees him. Greg McMichael is aware of the things that have happened that we've talked about. Greg McMichael sees him tearing, hauling ass down the road. And he knows what's up. And he goes inside and he tells Travis, the guy's running down the street. The guy. They know who it is. They're not guessing. It's not some random guy running down the street. It's the guy. And they turn out to be right. It is the guy, the same guy 4 previous times at night. They grab their guns. Now, why did Travis McMichael grab his shotgun? Because 12 days earlier, he confronts this guy trying to help Larry English, and this guy reaches into his pocket like he has a gun. So he grabs his shotgun for self-protection. And he gets in the car, or he walks out in the yard actually, and he sees Matt Albenzi motioning down the street. Same direction Ahmaud Arbery was running in. So he gets in the car, his dad gets in the truck. I'm sorry, I say car, it's a truck, Ford F-150, and climbs into the car seat because when seconds count, the police are often minutes away. The police are not going to catch this guy at the speed he's running. So they're going to try to detain him for the police. What happens after that's up to the police. So they encounter Ahmaud Arbery on Burford. The first encounter is at 307 Burford. This is what it looks like. You saw the video. Oh, let's go back to there. They're there to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police. This is what the law allows. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence or immediate knowledge. And that applies to felonies or misdemeanors. But there's a second sentence the state didn't tell you about. The second sentence is, if the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, a private person may arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. That's why Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael sought to detain Ahmaud Arbery. There was no crime committed in their presence. We're not contending there was a crime committed in their presence, but there was probable cause to believe a felony had been committed and that this man was attempting to escape or flee. That's why citizen's arrest is in this case. There are 3 encounters with Ahmaud Arbery on Burford. The first one is in front of Roddy Bryan's house, William R. Bryan. I shouldn't call him Roddy. I don't know. Mr. Bryan's house. Travis McMichael pulls up alongside Ahmaud Arbery and says, "Stop. Whoa. I want to talk to you. What were you doing back there? What's going on?" And Ahmaud Arbery says, "0." He doesn't say, "Hey, man, I'm just out for a jog." He doesn't say, hey, leave me alone. He doesn't say, back off. He doesn't say, hey, calm. Doesn't say anything. He just looks at Travis and he goes back the other way. Travis backs his truck up and says, whoa, 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 stop. Let me talk to you. Ahmaud Arbery looks at him and bolts. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't say, leave me alone. Doesn't say, hey, good morning, good afternoon. He just bolts. At this time, there is no gun. The shotgun that Travis bought is stuck between his seats. Greg's gun is on his holster. There's no gun being pointed at Mr. Arbery. There's no like, hey, stop at the point of a pistol or a shotgun. There's no gun. Mr. Arbery's not even aware of any gun at that point because no gun has been shown. They go down Burford. They pull up to him again. And Burford, by the way, Satilla Drive turns kind of, the little jog turns into Burford. And they go down Burford a little ways more. Whoa, stop. We want to talk to you. Stop. We called the police. Police are coming. When Mr. Arbery hears Travis McMichael say, we called the police are coming, he bolts back the other way towards Roddy Bryant's house, back towards Satilla Drive. They stop the truck, put it in park. Greg McMichael does get out and he gets in the bed because he's cramped into the child seat. Travis McMichael gets out and he looks down the road like, what the heck? I want to talk to this guy. It's just been suspected of coming out of English's house. He sees Albenzi moving. We know it's the guy from the night 12 days before. He's back again. And he looks down the street and he sees Ahmaud Arbery trying to get into Roddy Bryant's truck, to Mr. Bryant's truck. He's interacting with the truck. And he doesn't know who that black Silverado truck belongs to. He doesn't know Roddy Bryant. He's never met him. He doesn't know his truck. So he sees this black Silverado and he sees Ahmaud Arbery trying to get in it, and he expects to hear a gunshot because he thinks Ahmaud Arbery is armed, like he pretended to be on the 11th. And he's fearful that this guy, whose name he doesn't know, will try to shoot the owner of the truck and take the truck. And so that scares him. This attacking the truck worries him. His dad says, Travis, go back, go back. He says, no, Dad, just go around. We're going to go around Zellwood. You heard the name. Goes down Burford. They're down here. They see this interaction back here. They're going to go around Zellwood. They don't take a left on Holmes. Now, they don't know where either the black Silverado is or what that has to do with anything or where Ahmaud Arbery is. So going down Holmes is not with the intention of trapping Ahmaud Arbery. It's with the intention of strategically planting yourself so you can kind of help the police see the neighborhood. As they go down Holmes Drive at a slow rate, they see Ahmaud Arbery running in front of the truck. Travis McMichael drives past him, doesn't say anything to Ahmaud Arbery, doesn't shout at him, just kind of drives past him, watching to see what this guy is going to do. Again, no gun, no shotgun, no pistol is brandished, pointed, in any way shown to Mr. Arbery. 3 times on Burford, they encountered Mr. Arbery. Now, once on Holmes, no gun. They go down to the bottom of Holmes, towards the stop sign, and stop the car. They don't know where Mr. Arbery is at this point because he's around a dog leg. That's the picture of Holmes Drive, looking up it from Travis McMichael's vantage, and you can see where the road kind of dog legs to the right. And past that dog leg, you can't see what's happening. But at that point, Travis McMichael can now strategically see Satilla Drive, his road where his family is located, Burford, and homes. So if the police get there, which he thinks they're coming any minute, he can tell them, I don't see him in these directions, he's that way. Or I do see him and he's in one of these streets. That's why he stops. While he stopped there, gets out of his truck, Greg is still in the bed, and they see Ahmaud Arbery coming at him. And Travis is like, whoa, stop, stop, whoa, 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 stop. And Ahmaud Arbery keeps running at him. Travis keeps yelling, stop, stop, stop. And then he reaches into his car and he sees Ahmaud Arbery flip and go back around the dog leg. Grabs his gun and his cell phone. He says, Dad, when are the police getting here? His dad says, I didn't call 911. Travis dials 911 and gives his dad his phone. And that's why we have a 911 call, because Travis McMichael had his phone and thought to call the police. Where are they? It's before the first shot is fired. They call the police. That is not evidence of an intent to murder. While Travis is out there, now he has his gun for protection because this guy has run at him, has acted bizarrely, has not said a word yet that he could tell. And now Ahmaud Arbery is running back. Travis's training taught him to show a weapon. Not to use a weapon, to show a weapon, because that is a way to de-escalate violence. In the normal situation, you show someone you have a weapon, you get compliance. You don't need to go any further. And so he stands there at the low ready position, not pointing his weapon, and Ahmaud Arbery is running. And he's running at Travis McMichael. Stop, stop, get down, stop. And this guy is not stopping. And Travis knows that this guy is not going to stop. He's not predictable. He's going to be on him in seconds if he doesn't do something. Like, please, please turn, please go up Satilla. This is where we are. Ahmaud Arbery had a clear path to Satilla. Travis is down here. He could have cut across there. He doesn't cut across. He's coming at him. And yes, at about 20 yards, he raises the weapon because he knows Ahmaud Arbery can be on him, and he's hoping that by raising the weapon, he will de-escalate the situation. Who's going to attack a guy pointing a shotgun? If he wanted to kill him, that was an open shot. He didn't shoot. He didn't shoot his weapon. He was trying to de-escalate the situation in compliance with his 9 years of training in the Coast Guard, same training police officers get. You see his, just go back to the one before. The gun is down, and you saw this a little bit. You can see the white forearm of Travis McMichael. Let me move this map. I apologize.
Turn this to give them a better look at it.
Okay.
Careful.
It doesn't even face them. How can we not turn it? It's on wheels.
I didn't say don't.
Okay.
I said be careful, because when we've done that before, we have lost.
You'll see this in this
Okay, hold
picture.
on, hold on a
I'm sorry,
second.
I'm sorry.
Next time I ask you to stop, please stop.
No, I thought I should just be careful.
No, the point is, let's not keep moving stuff around. If you're going to be doing something, just let everybody know what's going on. Okay.
All right.
The point was, last time this was touched, not by Ms. Donkowski, but generally in other matters before the court, we've lost it. So if we could, before we just start moving things around, let the court know.
I don't touch it.
Well, I know Mr. Rubin doesn't
I'm
touch
not
it.
touching it.
And I don't mean to call it a show. I'm very touchy about, no pun intended, about some of this electronics in here. As Mr. Rubin has alluded to, we've lost connections and all sorts of problems. So we're trying to make sure these presentations flow. So I didn't mean to get on council, but if everybody could let me know if we're doing that.
This is a fuzzy picture. You'll have pictures in the video. throughout the course of the trial. His arm is down and you can see the white forearm. You can see the driveway here. Travis McMichael.
We haven't lost the sight line there, have we? You're okay over your shoulder now? Okay, that's the other issue is,
And I know it's awkward, yeah.
Speak loud.
Sorry. So there's a driveway here, and Travis McMichael is across from another driveway. You'll see it's about 60 feet, 20 yards away. And he knows how quickly someone can cover 20 yards in seconds. An unarmed person can take a weapon away and kill a police officer or a civilian in seconds, even from 20 yards away. Even an armed person from 20 yards away. So he raises his weapon in the next slide, and you see the distance, because he wants the guy to stop, not because he wants to hurt Ahmaud Arbery. He's not looking for an encounter. If he wanted to hurt somebody, he would have fired on Burford, on Holmes, or now down here at the bottom. Ahmaud Arbery doesn't stop. He doesn't say, whoa, hey, I'm good. He doesn't say anything. And he doesn't stop. Instead, he goes around the truck to the right-hand side, the passenger side, and at that point, Travis McMichael can't see his hands. Remember, he still thinks this guy could be armed because I saw this guy, at least pretend he was, on the 11th. He doesn't know, and he can't see his hands. And his dad, his 64, 65-year-old dad, who's had a stroke, is on the bed, and Ahmaud Arbery could just yank him down or take a shot at him. He doesn't know. So he goes to the front of the truck to get an eye on him. What's this guy going to do? Good Lord, I hope he just keeps running. Go up Satilla. But he doesn't know. So he goes to the front, and within a split second, Ahmaud Arbery makes a left, not a right. Makes a left and is on Travis, such that Travis has no choice but to fire his weapon in self-defense. And that shot is a contact or near contact wound, meaning Ahmaud Arbery is on him. You will hear that from Brian Leopard of the GBI Crime Lab. That first shot, which we can't really see because it's videotaped through two windshields, Roddy Bryan's windshield and Travis McMichael's windshield. They're in front of the truck. When they collide, when Ahmaud Arbery makes a left, he's on Travis, and Travis has to fire. Because at that point, it's his life or Ahmaud Arbery's life. And the only thing, it's weird the way the mind works, the only thing he can think of at that point is Everett. It kind of flashes through his mind. My then three-year-old son. So he fires, he pulls down the weapon, trying to get it away because Ahmaud Arbery's not stopped. That gunshot, which he knows was near his chest, at least he believes it in this melee, he pulls it down, he pulls it back. You'll see from the video, he goes backwards out of frame because Arbery is rushing in, pulls it down, he fires another shot off frame. You see smoke, you see something spray. And you see Ahmaud Arbery swinging wildly. And he's hitting Travis. You see him hit with his right hand into Travis's head, neck. He is pounding Travis McMichael while Travis is trying to get the gun away. And Travis fires two more times, and you've seen that. It's a horrible, horrible video. And it's tragic. It's tragic that Ahmaud Arbery lost his life. But at that point, Travis McMichael is acting in self-defense. He did not want to encounter Ahmaud Arbery physically. He was only trying to stop him for the police. Self-defense is defined. And the court will charge you later.
Your Honor, I'm objecting again. Mr. Rubin is now giving them the law in self-defense.
It is,
So
we are allowed to give a law and opening statement, just as the state did in its opening statement.
We need to be very clear because, again, we haven't gone through a charge conference in this case. So let's be clear about it, that this is not the charge. So
I expect you'll be charged on self-defense. And I expect this is what you'll be called, be charged, be told by the judge. A person is justified in using force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent death or great bodily injury to himself or to a third person. At the time the shots are fired, Travis McMichael reasonably believes, because Ahmaud Arbery is on him, aggressively, swinging wildly, grabbing hold of him, grabbing hold of the gun, reasonably believes he is justified in firing his weapon, knowing it's gonna kill him. It's gonna at least hurt him. He knows that. He has no choice, because if this guy gets his gun, he's dead, or his dad's dead. And what's he taught in the Coast Guard at the Maritime Law Enforcement Academy? Never lose your weapon. And that's why he shoots. Travis McMichael, within seconds, encounters the police. Officer Minshew, Officer Duggan, they arrive on scene. He cooperates fully. He does whatever they tell him to do. When they say speak, he speaks. When they say don't speak, he doesn't speak. Cooperates fully. He's distraught. He's upset. You'll see this on the video, the body cam of the officers. There's no glee at having done what he just did. It's awful. He's covered in blood, Ahmaud Arbery's blood. And then they take him down to the station, and he cooperates fully with the police and answers every question. When they tell him to write a map of where he went, he tries to write a map of where they went when they encountered each other on Burford and Holmes. And when they ask him to write a statement, he does his best to write out everything he knows to tell the police. There's been a lot written about this case and Travis McMichael's actions. Doesn't matter. What matters now is the evidence that you're going to hear, the facts that you're going to hear, and the law that you're going to be given by Judge Walmsley. You are now the judges of the facts and the applicators of the law in this case. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that Travis McMichael, honestly and lawfully, attempted to detain Ahmaud Arbery according to the law and shot and killed him in self-defense. What we're asking you to do is hard, and it may be unpopular, but we're asking you to recognize your responsibility as jurors in being open to the facts and putting aside emotion and listening to the law and applying that and doing your duty. Because we think the only right verdict is not guilty on each and every count in this indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we will come back for the continuing of the opening statements. Thank you. Okay, y'all can be seated. All right, let's take 15 minutes. Okay, we're in recess.
Yeah, I have on two mics as a backup. The backup to the backup. Now look, you guys have me for about 5 minutes. I'm doing this by myself. You got it? No response. They got me. All right. You mean on? Okay. Can I push this up, Richard? Woo, woo, woo. I kind of need that laptop at least for another couple hours. Woo, woo, woo.
This came from over there. Are you getting wet?
My bag, I'm okay. Taylor, give us 2 seconds. I'll tell you, and you just let me know. Uh-oh. Oh gosh, the session on the web service has been lost and cannot be restored. That's not good. You said 1 minute? You guys just let me know when I'm on, okay? Am I up right now? How about I step aside until you guys figure that out? How about that? I have no idea. I just told them to tell me when I'm on, and I haven't heard. I'm okay. You are now watching First Coast News' online coverage of the trial of 3 men accused of murder in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. We're going to go back a little bit and give you some details about Ahmaud Arbery, what we know about this case so far. Ahmaud was a 25-year-old, we know, running through the Satilla Shores neighborhood when he was approached by Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William Bryan. We do know that those three right now are being charged with murder in Ahmaud Arbery's shooting death. Today is the beginning of opening statements. We heard from the prosecution earlier today as they laid out their case. We heard from the state, and they pretty much let you know what happened, their version of this case earlier on today. Now, after a brief lunch break, we were able to hear from Travis McMichael's attorney, Bob Rubin, who painted a picture of Travis McMichael as a father, a single father with a 5-year-old son, and also a member of the U.S. Coast Guard. He went into detail about Travis's service, letting us know he says that he was someone who is supposed to help with the police. He said all citizens are supposed to help with the police, according to Bob Rubin, the attorney again for Travis McMichaels. Now, we are also expecting to hear from 2 more defense attorneys today. Of course, the defense for Gregory McMichael and William Roddy Bryan's attorney as well. I want to set the scene for you about what's going on outside of the courtroom at this hour. As you can see behind me, it is raining right now, windy as well. The weather is not cooperating at all, but still, across the street from me, right behind me over my shoulder, you can see there are still a number of demonstrators out here. Many of them, if you speak with them, they'll tell you that they're here in support of the Arbery family. You'll see a lot of signs being held up saying that they want justice for Ahmaud Arbery. Now, despite this bad weather, still they're here in support of that family. Now, we also had a chance to talk with Marcus Arbery and Wanda Cooper Jones, who is Ahmaud Arbery's mother. Both of them very emotional in court today, as expected. The prosecution earlier showed video of the moment that Ahmaud Arbery was shot and killed in the Satilla Shores neighborhood back in 2020. Right before that video was set to air, we know that Marcus Arbery walked out of the courtroom, and Wanda Cooper Jones, at a moment, she gasped when she heard the words that the McMichaels said towards her son. Now, again, there is a lot going on inside of the courtroom. We were told that they are now back in the court following a 15-minute recess. So we're going to bring you back into that coverage right now. You are watching First Coast News' online coverage of this trial. 3 men accused of murder in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. We're going to bring you back inside of the courtroom right now. Thanks.
Oh, 20 minutes.
We can start without Mr. Sheffield.
Okay. Well, I think he needs to hear what the court has to say before we get started. I am pretty flexible on how we operate. With coming back on, I said 15 minutes. Sometimes it's a little bit longer. I'm pretty flexible. A couple things, though. And I wish Mr. Sheffield was here, and I'm only going to single him out just because of what just happened. Early on, there was talk about things like where the boards were located and not moving things, and the jumping up without letting the court know what you're doing and starting to move things around. I don't want to call anybody out on it, but that as far as a courtroom is concerned, to me, that's just not etiquette. I think I've said it before, the great thing about the courtroom is it's a great leveling place. And as long as everybody's sort of sticking by the rules, we create a fair environment. One of the things that throws me off is when somebody just kind of jumps up and I don't know where they're coming from or what they're doing. Maybe that's just me. And I trust that Mr. Sheffield has no ill intent at all. But the deputies have a role here. Things are in places for reasons. Before we start jumping up and moving things around, if we could please maybe take a moment and let the court know what we're doing, particularly in the well, that would be, and particularly in the middle of arguments or while the court is active, that would be greatly appreciated. That is my velvet glove way of saying, please don't jump up in the middle of things and just start moving stuff around on the court. For example, the Mondo board, that stuff's all taped down. I mean, we start moving that thing around. The next thing I know, it's falling onto Mr. Bryan, and all of a sudden we've got a greater issue than just possibly where the Mondo board may be. So please just, if we could adhere to some of that formality, that would be greatly appreciated by the court. Okay. Is there a comment on that?
Something for the record. Mr. Sheffield certainly couldn't have appreciated it, but when we moved the Mondo board or Mondo screen during the opening argument of Mr. Rubin, it prevented Mr. Bryan and I from observing the screen. And for the record, I'm awaiting cataract surgery after this trial. I cannot see the screen in the back. I have to be able to see this one. But for the sake of the record, the reason I'm bringing it up is on the record with Mr. Bryan's consent, we are waiving any objection with respect to the obstruction of the exhibits during the presentation of Mr. Rubin's opening. That's not an issue for us on appeal, but in the future, for all parties, our ability to see this screen is critically important to his right to a fair trial.
When we moved it back, did we check the sight lines for the jury? Whoever moved it back?
I did, and it was good.
Okay, so it's back to where it was. Okay. It's little things that sometimes send things off into an odd spiral. All right. Is counsel for Greg McMichael ready to go?
Ready.
Okay. All right, I've got all defendants present, represented by counsel. Let's go get the panel.
Rise for adjourned. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As indicated, we're ready to proceed with the opening statements on behalf of Greg McMichael.
Thank you. Greg McMichael was absolutely sure. He was absolutely certain. And he was absolutely right. The guy he saw was the guy he suspected. On February 23, 2020, Greg McMichael was reupholstering boat cushions on the bed of his truck, parked in his driveway, using it as a workbench, pointed out towards the street in the direction he was looking. A quiet street in a quiet neighborhood. In the midday sun on a pleasant February day in 2020 here in Brunswick, Georgia, when a young man ran past him at a sprint. He was, as Greg described him to police that day, and you've heard it now several times, his words, hauling ass. The young man had it hooked up, Greg said. Running at a sprint, as Greg reported to police that same afternoon, he wasn't out for no Sunday jog. That man was the same man whom Greg and others, neighbors, Greg's own son, Travis, had seen in that house just a few doors down from his house on Satilla Drive, the house under construction, where surveillance videos, first one, then a couple, and then several, had video recorded him, as you've seen and heard. Not once or twice, but 4 times at night. Not in the bright light of day, but in the dark of night. So what did Greg believe he was doing, this man, in the house on those occasions? What did he think he was doing? Well, Larry English, the owner of the house, had described him to police as plundering around. That same man, Larry English, had reported this to 911, to Greg's neighbors, and to the Glenn County police officer, Robert Rash. And it got to Greg McMichael. This same man who had been captured on surveillance video. As Mr. Rubin told you, infrared lighting, it's lit up for us to see. But if you were the person in that house in the dark of night, you wouldn't see anything except possibly the little red infrared lights of a camera, if that. Inside that house where, so Greg had been repeatedly told by Larry English, Diego Perez, Officer Robert Rash, where he had been told that thousands of dollars of electronic equipment had gone missing, stolen, from a boat not visible to any camera. And so when Greg McMichael said later to police he had not seen him take anything, well, the camera wasn't on that boat from which all the items were taken. And this happened in a neighborhood that had experienced break-ins and burglaries and thefts over many months. And you saw some of those Facebook postings the neighbors had put up. The same guy that Officer Rash had canvassed the neighborhood with a screenshot of him from one of those surveillance cameras, asking people, knocking on their doors and asking them, have you seen this man? Do you know this man? Showed the screenshot of him to Greg McMichael. That same guy that Officer Rash told Greg McMichael, nobody in the neighborhood knows him, nor had ever seen him before in that neighborhood. And then in December, Officer Rash sent a text to homeowner Larry English. And this is what he told him. Your neighbor at 229 Sedilla Drive, and it's actually 230 Sedilla Drive, is Greg McMichael. Greg is retired law enforcement and also a retired investigator from the DA's office. He said, please call him day or night when you get action on your camera. His number is, and he gives him his cell phone number. The same guy in that house that Greg's son Travis saw with his own eyes. At that house, yet again, the night of February 11, 2020, just 12 days before the tragic events that bring us here to this courtroom. And on that occasion, as you've heard already, when Travis saw that same man, he made that furtive movement to his pocket in the dark of night, in a situation and circumstance that made Travis think, as you've heard, he might have a gun. And of course, he reported that to his dad, who also thought he may have had a gun that night. A signal to both of these men, that movement, that this man may be armed. So on February 23, 2020, 12 days after that night, when Greg McMichael saw Ahmaud Arbery sprint past him on that sunny Sunday afternoon, not only did Greg recognize him as the same guy, he also believed from the manner of his running, sprinting, and the direction from which he ran, the English house to his left and passed him on Satilla Drive deeper into the neighborhood. That, as he told police later that same day, he thought he was running from someone or something, that he was being chased just by the manner in which he was running, sprinting. He thought that he had just been spotted, he told the police, in someone's house, in or around someone, perhaps harming someone. Law enforcement trained and experienced for 30 years. Greg noted specific features that he saw as this running man ran past him that black male, 5 feet, 10 inches, slender, muscular, with short hair that Greg described as short dreads, twists, wearing a white t-shirt. There might be a chance, finally, Greg thought, as he told the police later that day, for the police to question this man, to find out, who are you? Why are you here? No one in the neighborhood knows you. And we've had all of these problems in our neighborhood, specifically at that house, but at many other houses. A man who had eluded police up till then, as Greg said to the police later that day, no one could ever catch him, he said to Officer Brandeberry on the street at the scene that day. If only he could be detained long enough, Greg thought, long enough for the police to arrive. So they are using his truck as a workbench. Greg dropped his tools, left his project, ran into his house, called out to his son, Travis. The same guy is back. The same guy is back. Let's go. Believing that he was the man who had burglarized Larry English's house, believing that Larry English's house had in fact been burglarized. He had never been told anything different, never been told there were other places Larry English had taken his boat where his stuff might have been taken. He had never been told anything different. Believing that he may be armed, wearing pants with pockets, Greg grabbed his gun, Travis too, and they piled into Travis's truck, parked there at the house near Greg's truck. And you can see it on video. You'll see it later. They piled into the truck, Travis in the driver's seat. And as you've already heard, Greg, all 230 pounds of him then, he's smaller now, stuffed into a child's car seat, and really not into it, but on top of it. His face almost in the windshield as he's sitting on top of this car seat, strapped into the passenger seat. He couldn't just snatch it out and then jump in and sit in the seat. It was locked in. And as they pulled out to the street to turn right to pursue this running man that they suspected to be a burglar, there stood down the street, not very far away, Matt Albenzi. Matt Albenzi, you've heard, and you'll hear from him. A man who had walked up his street, had seen Ahmaud Arbery in the house, had taken his cell phone, had called the police, and while standing near a tree, looking at the house, locked eyes with Ahmaud Arbery, who ducked down and then came out of the house, and you saw the still photo, was off, running. And when Greg and Travis got into Travis's truck, and we all know this, speech occurs not only with the words that come from our mouth, but with the expressions on our face, the hand signals we give, many of which we know speak words. Matt Albenzi, who was walking up the street, went like that to Travis and Greg. There he goes. In fact, he's saying on the 911 call that he's on, there he goes. He's running. Waving his arm in a motion that conveyed a clear message to these men that he is the same guy. Matt Albenzi had seen and heard about this guy in that house too. There he goes, the same man. In just a few short minutes, they would catch up to Ahmaud Arbery on Burford. You saw the one still photo from Mr. Bryan's house, the motion detected photo of the truck and Mr. Arbery. They would catch up to him and they would have the conversations Mr. Rubens just replayed for you and that you'll hear in this case. On Burford Road, tell him to stop. I want to talk to you. Tell him the police have been called. And when Ahmaud Arbery turned ultimately from them without saying a word and ran back the way he'd come, Travis stopped his truck. Greg took that opportunity to get himself out of that car seat and climbed the best he could into the bed of the truck where there's a toolbox that he could sit on. And there he sat, and as Travis drove the direction that has been described, the opposite direction from Ahmaud Arbery, who has by now run back to Satilla Drive while Travis and Greg drive the opposite direction to Zellwood Drive. They're going in opposite directions. And Mr. Arbery is turning back in the direction from which he had come. Mr. Bryan is behind him, watching him, apparently. And Travis drives his truck around Zellwood, not knowing which way Ahmaud Arbery would run, not knowing that he would turn off Satilla and run down Holmes. And up on Holmes, Travis turns. And Ahmaud Arbery and Travis McMichael with Greg in the truck, now in the back of the truck, pass each other like this. And ultimately, and you'll hear more details throughout the case, Travis parks the truck, stops, and Ahmaud Arbery is out of sight around that dog leg you've seen. And there stood Greg in the back of the truck. And you've heard already from Mr. Rubin that Travis thought Greg had called 911. Greg didn't have a phone on him. Travis dialed it and handed it to his father. And that's where you see him standing in the bed of Travis's truck, looking back now towards Ahmaud Arbery, who's turned around. When you saw the video earlier when the state played it, when Mr. Arbery turns around, he turns back toward the McMichaels. They're already stopped up on Holmes. They're already there. They've passed him. And they're now waiting for the police to come, keeping an eye out for which direction he may go. They can't even see him. And then here he comes back. And there's Greg with his phone to his ear on the 911 call. And as Ahmaud runs towards the truck on the video we've all seen, that's been seen everywhere, that you're going to see many times, no doubt, in this trial, He's on the phone. He's describing to the person at 911 where they are best he can. He doesn't even know the name of the street. He just tells them Satilla Shores near his house. And then you hear him as Ahmaud gets close to the back of the truck. You hear him yell, "Stop right there. Damn it. Stop." And then the next thing you hear, and the last word you hear him say on that phone is, "Travis." Because by then, Greg has turned as Ahmaud Arbery is running past the truck, and he sees him turn towards his only son. He drops that phone to the floor of the truck, in the bed of the truck. He's now in abject fear that he is about to witness his only son possibly be shot and killed in front of his very eyes. And then that man did something so unexpected to Greg McMichael, so incomprehensible to him. He turned sharp left. He didn't cut right, go across the yard to Satilla Shores and down the street and on his way. The direction, as you've heard, is the only way into that neighborhood with police on the way. No, he turned left towards a man with a shotgun. And he was on Travis instantly. Clearly, it seemed to Greg McMichael, attempting to take the gun from his son. And as any reasonable person would believe, he would take that gun if he could, and he would use it to shoot. It happened is what this case is about. This case turns on intent, beliefs, knowledge, reasons for those beliefs, whether they were true or not. Were there good reasons to believe them? Were there good reasons to believe that this young man, Ahmaud Arbery, had been in this house where things had been taken and that he may have been the person who took them? Were there good reasons to believe that as he ran past Greg McMichael that day, that he was fleeing from someone or something who had seen him in that house or near that house, which turned out to be exactly what happened? That afternoon, after the tragedy unfolded that we're here for, Greg sat down to give a lengthy interview to police officer Parker Marcy. And Officer Marcy asked Greg, and these are his words, "What was your intent? Should this guy have stopped?" Greg's answer, "To hold him till you come check him out. There was no doubt in my mind, having seen the videos, who this guy was." Still quoting, "My intention was to stop this guy so he could be arrested or be identified at the very least." On that day, at that place, at that time, Greg McMichael was absolutely sure this was the guy, the same guy he had seen on surveillance videos, inside a house multiple times where Greg had sound reasons to believe theft had occurred, burglary. Greg was absolutely sure. He was absolutely certain. His suspicions were well-founded. And I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I've been doing this a long time, and I consider a room like this, an American courtroom, to be practically a sacred place. It's in here that the facts will unfold for you. It's in this room where you will decide the truth. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the truth of this case is that Greg McMichael is not guilty of any of these crimes.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Mr. Goff, ready to proceed?
Your Honor, we need to take something up outside the record.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could go ahead and retire to the jury room, we'll just take a brief recess, 10 minutes or so, and then we will continue with opening arguments. Opening statements, sorry. Be seated. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, as I indicated earlier, Defendant Brown wishes to reserve his opening statement to the conclusion of the state's case in chief, which is our right under Uniform Superior Court Rule 10.2. At the same time, although Georgia has not adopted per se the ABA standards for criminal justice, there is an argument to be made that the court is required to make some kind of inquiry or place things on the record. I don't think it's necessary, but I certainly did want to defer or reserve my opening statement in the presence of the jury and then have you escort the jury out. If the court feels that the ABA standards require any further inquiry, I wanted to do that outside the presence of the jury. And when I said outside the record, I meant outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I'll go ahead and take a look at it. I guess from the standpoint, I'll tell you, Mr. Goff, I've been doing this for almost a decade, and this is the first time counsel has asked for that. Let me look at what the rule that you're trying to act under and the ABA standards that you're talking about. What you're asking the court, though, is to reserve until the state's case in chief has concluded.
Yes, we have the right to do that under 10.2. It was not always clear, but it became clear. And
I'll tell you, in a decade I've been doing it, it just hasn't happened before the court. So I just need to look at the rule, make sure I understand exactly what you're asking the court. And if the court needs to take any additional steps in order to do that, I'll do that. But I'm going to go ahead and take a step off and take a look at it.
thank you.
Which means I will estimate then that we're probably not going to get into evidence today. Well, I say that if we're reserving, if we're reserving, then maybe we will. So let me think that through. All right. Well, we'll recess. We'll do 10 minutes. Let's just take a quick look at it.
I'll tell y'all, as y'all know, I'm black, and I'm not trying to be one-sided. I'm very open-minded to everything. So, but with this case, it's obvious that he was targeted. I don't care who you are. You have the right in the United States to walk around, look around, window shop, all that type of stuff. So that does not give anybody the right to try to question you, to try to pull a gun on you. And definitely just because you black and looking at shit and because other things that came up missing doesn't mean that person is responsible. If you want to do a real investigation, why don't you put up cameras to find out who's stealing stuff? If you're building that house and you're so worried about it, where's the cameras at? That's one thing about this case is very awkward, is that these are talking about homeowners, right? How many homeowners these days don't have cameras around or anywhere? You know what I'm saying? So that's the stuff I just want y'all to think about, because where's all the evidence of them defending their property and all this bullcrap?
In that he was moving towards his son, and that you heard this conversation over the phone where Greg says, "Stop!" Expletive, "Stop!" And then he yells his son's name as Ahmaud Arbery turns towards Travis. Now, we heard a different narrative from the prosecution, right, that mentioned that Travis had gotten out from one side of the truck and walked all the way around and was beginning to confront Ahmaud Arbery with that shotgun. And so that's going to be something that the jury is going to have to pay attention to going forward as to who is confronting who. But that's certainly a narrative in the groundwork for a line of defense that the defense is laying out this afternoon. Something else that struck me was this idea that
murder.
That Greg McMichael was simply trying to execute a citizen's arrest for law enforcement to arrive. You heard Hogue mention that Greg's intent was simply to hold Ahmaud Arbery until law enforcement could get on the scene and he could either be arrested or at the very least
you don't make no citizen's arrest when you don't have a real reason. You haven't seen him do anything.
As these defense attorneys have been laying out their
citizen's arrest means like you actually watch somebody commit a crime and then you're trying to do that. You didn't see him commit no crime.
Detained or had a citizen's arrest for, and that is something that I anticipate that the prosecution is going to
all we say in respect
into as this trial goes forward.
He didn't have the right to be shot just because you're in a neighborhood, just because you're looking around, just because you jogging, you exercising.
Welcome to our afternoon.
As you can see, them white people that shot him don't exercise. They don't know the difference. They just stay in the house being nosy.
We heard the prosecution, and now
Raji said it perfectly.
Defense attorney, the attorney.
Thank you, Raji.
The father, Greg McMichael. But while we are waiting for this break to end and for him to come back, let's talk about Travis for a moment and pick up on where Alex was, and that was.
No, it's not scripted. It's probable just real life.
And
it's a
Travis's
lot of
background,
things going on out here in the world that
someone that was in the United
should
States
not be
Coast
happening.
Guard, that he
to human
had
beings in general.
Training within the Coast Guard, knew how to use firearms, knows what probable cause means. Also search and seizure. He also went through FLEETC, the federal law enforcement training. So this is someone that knows a possible problem, criminal action, and that he had a duty and a responsibility to himself and the community. And if there's anyone that knew how to carry out a citizen's arrest, it would be him. However, as he was laying out this whole case and just laying out how everything went down and trying to point out the probable cause and that he was just defending himself and his community, still nowhere within that timeline did the prosecution say that any one of these individuals warned him and said, stop, put your hands up. Let's talk about this and properly engage.
Can everybody afford
That's what the prosecution says.
If you can afford a house You can
even
afford a
using
camera
a
for your
firearm.
house.
I mean, the whole point is to
There's people that got
de-escalate the
apartments
situation,
that have cameras.
Before
You know what I'm
ever,
saying?
pulling the
So
trigger.
there's no
So
excuse.
when you look at how the prosecution
There's
laid
really
out
no
the,
excuse.
the narrative, and now hearing what the defense said, where basically Travis had no option here but to defend himself and his family, and he's thinking of his 5-year-old boy when he was in this tussle, as he says, with Arbery, that he didn't know what was going to happen. He had to fire.
And you know why you in that
You know, it's a
position?
very interesting thing
You're in
here
that
that you pointed
position
out there is
because
that
you're
they're
doing
going
shit
to
that
use
you
his
shouldn't be
military
doing. You're not
background
a
to say
police
that
officer.
He was able to assess this
Stay in your
threat,
fucking
know how to
lane. Do
handle
what you're
this
supposed to
threat,
be doing,
and that is
not
what
what
he
you
was
want to do.
doing. But let's keep in mind that our military and our law enforcement officers have very different roles. Military come in, they execute a mission, and they go. Law enforcement, our police officers, are charged with keeping the citizens safe. They are used to interacting with criminals, persons of interest, suspects on a regular basis. They have a protocol at which they would follow. He has not been trained in that protocol. He was not even active duty military when he did this. At the end of the day, we're talking about civilians, and that's really what the measure of this is. So despite the defense bringing up these things, it's still going to be against the measure of what a civilian was authorized to do at that time, and whether or not he actually had the information he would have needed even to do a citizen's arrest, because that requires some knowledge of a crime, which I have not seen where they've pointed that out yet. So I think a lot of that is going to have to be rolled back. Opening is typically where you make your case, you present your first arguments. But once we start to delve into the evidence, I think we're going to deal with a lot more of these more nuanced issues.
And Alex, back to you.
We need help.
As we look at the rest of the day here, we know that, again, jury management is important. You want the jury to be attentive, to listen to all of the facts according to these attorneys in this case.
Too many comments.
But it could be a lot, especially if you haven't served on a jury before, and especially if you haven't served on a jury for a murder trial. So do we know what to expect for the rest of the day? There have been several breaks, but do we know what's on the lineup for the rest of the day?
Okay. So they did
Kenneth,
this was
you alluded
scripted
earlier to
by the white
some
guys,
of the
right?
challenges
That's what
with
you're talking about?
having 3 defendants and 3 different legal teams working for the defense and then also the prosecution. Well, something that's thrown a little wrinkle into how things might proceed. Right now, the judge is hearing a motion from the attorney of William Roddy Bryan. That's Kevin Goff, whose motion to preserve his opening until after.
All I can say is that if you can afford a house and can't get security for your house, you probably shouldn't get a house. You know what I'm saying? Stay in an apartment if you can't afford the right stuff to get for your house.
But that's what's playing out right now. I haven't got a chance to actually listen to how the judge is responding, but the last note that I have on this is that the judge was reviewing the American Bar Association's rule on how this is supposed to play out. And so I think
cameras ain't even that
now,
expensive.
That's being kind of sorted out.
Cameras are not expensive.
Determine how the rest of today goes.
Well, Shauna, let me bring that question to you. Was it a smart strategy to tie all of these defendants together and to have this, what really seems like a complicated process in the judicial process?
They can move to try to separate the trials, but typically for judicial efficiency, they're going to look for any event that has occurred with the same time and place where each of them had a different role in the way this rolled out. So that's why they're going to be charged as co-defendants.
I respect stoners. I can put it like this for you.
Together and to make sure that it's only tried
this was
once,
turned around, if it was 3 black guys murdered a white guy, the way it happened, this wouldn't even be a trial. It would be already over. They would have just said they guilty and it'd have been done with.
Each of them have different charges. You're going to be the jurors. It's going to be a little bit harder for them to follow, in my opinion, when you do this, because they're looking at each person and they have to assess each motive. But when you're looking at a trial after 10 days, that's a lot of information for our jurors.
Yeah, during those opening statements there from the prosecution, the prosecutor really had to go through. I mean, she had illustrations, she had visuals with the map showing Ahmaud Arbery's home, the Centilly, neighborhood. But was that a lot? Was that too much for the jury to take in, even with the visual elements there, with the graphics?
It's even worse if he lives nearby. If he lives nearby and that happens, that means that them people was literally targeting him.
I know there were some technical issues.
So that means that that's his neighborhood. He can run around there if he wants to.
You know, it's a choice of style, right? Because
that's
there are
true.
times where you want
okay, so let's break it down.
Story,
if you inherited a house, that means you have money to buy that camera, right? You're not paying the mortgage on it, right?
Tie things from
okay.
one event to the next.
Even if you get a house, I'm pretty sure if you can afford the mortgage, you can afford a camera.
I think she did a very good job of trying to
let's not make excuses for people, okay?
She tried to keep each person and identify them, and each piece she tried to bring in and layer it almost
pretty
in a cake-like
much
fashion. The pictures help. Juries like pictures. They like videos.
Yep, that's pretty much what it was.
The monotony of just having an attorney stand there and deliver their opening. So I think she took a lot of information and tried to condense it into something that was at least coherent and easier to follow.
Well, what if they were all black? That's what I said. If they were black, this wouldn't even be a trial coverage. They would have literally just said those black guys are guilty, and it would have been done with. They'd have made them have plea deals and everything else. It's only when a white person is put to trial do they cover it like this. Hold on, I gotta mute that. But it's only when it's a white person that's committed the crime against somebody else do they put it to trial. It hasn't been that many other trials where like other people of color are really having a trial because they just say they're guilty and it's over with. No bond. All right, we back, guys. Coverage about to start again. Everybody like the video, please, before you leave. While you're watching, whatever you do, just like the video because we're going to stay tuned with all this. I'm going to keep y'all updated. So when I go live again, I just need y'all to be here. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody in the comments, though. For real. What up, Christopher? He's... Ooh-wee. Christopher didn't hold back at all. Okay. I'm not going to repeat that. No, it was a shot with black. If he was okay, if the three dudes was black that shot the black dude, this wouldn't even be a story. We wouldn't even know about it. That's how they do the media, though. If it's the same color on color, they're not gonna even talk about it like that. But if it's like it could be race involved, then they're gonna definitely make it a case. They're gonna make it a big deal.
Okay. We're back on. All the defendants present represented by counsel. Yeah, took a quick look at it. As much I think as judges would like to believe that we're an encyclopedia of knowledge just sitting here sometimes not. So you will discover during the course of this trial if an issue comes up and I don't have the answer.
This wouldn't be a trial if those people were black, and that's what all I'm trying to say. The case would have already been solved. That's how they do. They get one testimony, and the case is solved.
That 10.2 looks like it was created under and talked about it not being reversible error to permit it. Apparently, the court rules do contemplate an opening statement at the close of the state's case in chief. I am going to ensure, though, because I do think the standard that Mr. Goff cited is a standard that's appropriate here. I think the standard itself doesn't add anything more to the rule. It just governs lawyers' professional responsibility with regard to the rule. And I'm talking about standard 4-7.5 under the ABA standards. So to ensure that we're doing this appropriately, Mr. Goff, I assume that you have discussed in full with your client the exercise of that right to present a opening statement.
Divide and conquer. Are you being serious right now? Are you trying to be funny?
And also that the standard itself advises that defense counsel should be aware of the importance of an opening statement and accept an unusual
Yeah.
circumstances.
If they were black and they did this, they would be guilty.
Before the presentation
I don't
of
care
evidence,
who it
discussion of your
is.
client,
I
that
don't.
specific
I don't
portion
care
of the
whose
standard.
color it is. If somebody is jogging, looking around neighborhoods, blah blah blah, and ain't did nothing, you can't prove he did anything. Then if you kill that person, you going to jail. You a murderer. Exactly. Let's just leave that up there for a second.
About deferring opening statements until the end of the state's case in chief.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I inquire? In my previous experience, it has been state rests, directed verdict motion, defendant's opening, and then the defense presentation of the case. But the phrasing here was a little odd, meaning the state rests and then he does his opening statement, and then we do a directed verdict, and then he's going to do his presentation of evidence. I'm just a little concerned on the order that it's in.
Motions for directed verdict, if any, would be heard by the court at that time. In the unlikely event that my motion for directed verdict as to all counts is denied, then at that time, I would make my opening statement.
Sounds like everybody's on the same page.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Well, then before I bring the panel back, is the state's first witness available?
Yes, the state's first witness is available.
So what we'll do is let's get the formalities of this on the record, then I'll bring the panel back in. Mr. Goff, if you would go ahead and indicate on the record your deferral, and we'll get right into the evidence. All right, state ready to proceed?
Yes, the state's ready.
Travis McMichael, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we are. Very good. Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Let's go get the panel.
It's all right for a jury, please.
I don't know what they're waiting on, but oh yeah, there goes one of the guys right there that did it. The guy all the way to the right is one of the guys that participated in it.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the case. Thank you for your patience. It is appreciated. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, at this time, on behalf of defendant William Robert Bryan, we reserve, that is, defer our opening statement in this matter.
All right, with Mr. Bryan reserving opening statement, is the state ready to proceed with evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
From the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state will call William Duggan.
I see counsel briefly. Yes, you can go ahead and see.
What are they huddling about? What's the huddle for? I gotta give me something to eat, people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we go in kind of fits and starts sometimes. I'm going to ask that you go ahead and take a step outside the courtroom. You're going to be coming back in just a moment. Thank you.
All right, for jury, please. All right, please.
If y'all would be so kind and hit that like button wherever you're watching. Share it to a friend or two.
Please see it.
All right, Officer Duggan, if I could please just have you exit the courtroom. You're going to be coming right back in. I just need to address the matter with counsel. All right. The reason that I am pausing before this witness, there was yesterday a discussion about some evidence that would be coming in, specifically Officer Duggan's body cam. The footage in the body cam for anyone, and particularly those probably that are not as accustomed to seeing those types of images, could in some way be surprising or
They got body cam? Let's see it.
I noted during opening statements that there was a reaction to the video that has already, I'll just refer to it as the video. And didn't say anything at that point, but I had mentioned to counsel yesterday that I generally try to prepare a gallery if something's coming.
He looks like he golfs with the killers on the weekend.
Response from members of the gallery. The Duggan video, to some, if you haven't seen it, may in fact do that. What I am asking is that if anybody here believes that they would have some type of emotional response to any of the videos that may be shown in this case, that they go ahead and take this moment to step out of the courtroom. The court does not want the gallery to become a distraction when it comes to the evidence as it is being presented. So if we could please do that, and then we'll go ahead and proceed with the evidence. I'll take a moment or two. And as we're doing this, I've done this in other as I indicated to counsel yesterday, I've done this in other emotionally charged cases. I think it's just appropriate sometimes to make sure that we do not have distractions as we move through the presentation of evidence.
We're ready to go for it.
All right. Let's go get the panel.
If y'all are on Facebook, make sure y'all get into that poll and on Culture Creators and put that he's innocent or guilty.
All right, for a jury.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, have a seat. Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. All right, please state your name for the record and spell it for our court reporter.
William Duggan, William Duggan.
And it's Officer Duggan, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there a special designation that I'm missing, like sergeant or lieutenant or something like that?
No, ma'am.
All right. And how are you currently employed?
With the Glenn County Police Department,
How long have you been with the Glenn County Police Department?
just over 12 years.
All right. And have you been in law enforcement all those 12 years, or is there some law enforcement before joining Glenn County?
Before that,
All right. So how many years in total have you been with law enforcement?
14 years.
All right. So let's talk about what your current job duties and responsibilities are with the Glenn County Police Department.
Yes, ma'am. I'm assigned to the patrol division. I've been there for my 12 years with the department. It involves regular routine calls, day-to-day calls, thefts, violent felonies, misdemeanors, traffic accidents, etc. Anything that comes our way.
So does the patrol division, is that the division that usually responds to like 911 calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any kind of 911 call?
That is correct, from 911 hangups to anything else that's going on.
All right. Now, within the Glenn County system, when you respond to a 911 call, is a report generated based on the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what happens if the 911 call is kind of maybe unfounded, or like, for instance, you get a call for a burglary, but you get there and it turns out it's nothing. There's an alarm going off.
We would change the title of it with our CAD system, which is the computer-aided dispatch, through our dispatcher, and we would close it out unfounded or something else if it was something not a burglar.
Okay. So you get a response for one type of call, and it turns out it's a different kind of call.
Yes.
All right. Now, have you attended classes or trainings with the Georgia Peace Officer Standards Training Council?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. And we commonly call that POST?
That is correct.
All right. So are you, in fact, a post-certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right. So as a post-certified law enforcement officer, what do you have to do to maintain your post-certification?
Standard right now per year is a minimum mandatory 20 hours of in-service training. In-service training is sometimes required courses, which is mandated by post each year, such as de-escalation, use of force, firearms training, and most officers will get more than the 20 hours per year.
Okay. And you maintain your training?
Yes.
All right. Now, have you had any training in the medical field?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. Tell the jury about your training within the medical field.
Since I've been employed or through post-training and other training, I've had at least a minimum of 184 hours of medical training. That ranges from basic first aid, CPR, first responder training, which would be the next level up for more serious injuries that a first responder as a police officer would handle, getting to a scene of an accident or a stabbing or just somebody falling off of a ladder. Also done officer survival, which has a basis in that course of taking care of serious injuries. Active shooter response, which also involves dealing with traumatic injuries, and tactical first aid, which would be dealing with serious injuries, gunshots, whatnot, in an active shooter situation where you have to move and try and assist the survival of somebody during a shooting.
Okay. So when you get called to a scene of, say, a shooting, what's the priority at the scene?
Upon first arriving on a scene of a shooting, you want to make sure it's safe for the officer and for the citizens around you. Once it's determined to be safe by yourself or other officers, then you would secure a crime scene. That could be putting up tape and whatnot and preserving the evidence that is at the scene, so it can be processed, analyzed, investigated by follow-up officers and investigators.
Okay. So officer safety is first priority.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so even if someone's injured, but it's still a dangerous scene, what happens?
You can't help them if something happens to you, so you got to make sure you're safe first.
Got it. Now, in the patrol division, is the patrol division divided up in the Glenn County Police Department by like areas or zones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are some of those areas and zones?
They go one, there's no zone 3, but we have 1 through 11. And they're in various parts of the county. The southern part of the county is what we call as a Baker 9, around the exit 29 area of 95. The northern part would be exit 36. That encompasses Baker 6, Baker 11. To the western part of the county is Baker 8. The southern part, or the southern part from the interchange, exit 36 would be at Baker 6. And then the eastern side would be Baker 5 and 10. And then the island, St. Simon's Island, Sea Island, comprises Baker 1, 2, and 4.
All right, so the Satilla Shores neighborhood, is that Baker 9?
Yes, ma'am, that is Baker 9.
All right, and in your experience, 12 years on patrol, how bad is Baker 9 as far as crime in general?
It has its fair share of calls. It's one of our biggest territories for the Baker, which would have 1 officer assigned to it. It's a large territory, which is usually handled by that 1 officer due to the lack of call volume that is down there.
Okay. So let me try to get this right. Baker 9, which covers the southern part, including Satilla Shores,
yes,
on any 8-hour shift, has how many officers assigned in a patrol car?
Usually 1 unless there's an overlapping shift.
Okay. Low call volume.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so now, as a post-certified law enforcement officer, what do you normally drive?
Usually a marked patrol car, has Glenn County on the side, says police with the emblems, lights on top, visible, not hidden lights. Currently, I'm driving a 2015 Dodge Charger.
All right. And what do you generally wear as a post-certified law enforcement officer?
On patrol, it's full uniform with shoulder patches, a badge present, gun belt, pretty much it.
Do you also wear body cam?
I do. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about the Satilla Shores neighborhood. What county does Satilla Shores fall into?
That is Glenn County, Georgia.
All right, Glenn County. And back in 2019 or 2020, were you patrolling Baker 9?
No, I was not.
All right. Prior to February of 2020, did you know Defendant William R. Bryan, seated over there?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so you didn't know him prior to that?
No.
All right. Did you know Travis McMichael?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you know Greg McMichael?
Where's he at?
If you can stand up, I know it's not a court reporter there, you got the whole thing.
Yes, ma'am. I've had an occasion to meet him.
All right. And you say occasions to meet him. Was that in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And on the realm of scales of relationships, from really, really close best friend over to someone I maybe knew their first name to wave at, where did he fall?
It was first name.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention specifically right now to Sunday, February 23rd, 2020, at approximately 1 to 1:15 p.m. in the afternoon that day, Were you actually working that day as a Glenn County police officer or in some other capacity?
Another capacity.
And tell the jury what that capacity was.
We have our primary functions as police officers, and the community, businesses, organizations will hire us in an off-duty capacity, but with the presence of a full uniform and a marked patrol car for traffic duties, security duties, banks, churches, et cetera, like that. On that day, I was working, or I had completed a shift working for a local church.
So sort of an approved second job as service to the community, like at the church?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
All right. So how were you dressed that day?
Full uniform as previously described.
All right. And what vehicle were you in?
I was in a 2015 fully marked Dodge Charger.
All right. So I'm going to ask you this. Did you respond to the homicide scene at the corner of Holmes and Satilla Drive in the Satilla Shores neighborhood on February 23rd, 2020?
I did, yes.
All right. So where were you at and why did you go to that location?
On the way home from the off-duty job that I was working, I had stopped at a local business to pick up some lunch, and had gone across the street to pick up some drinks. And while I was obtaining my stuff in the drive-through, the radio was on as required, and I heard Officer Minshew come across the radio advising of shots fired, and a person was down on the ground in the street. I knew where he was located at, which was approximately maybe 2 miles away. The jurisdiction, the location of his beat, Baker 9, I knew the closest backup unit to him was probably 9 to 10 miles away at the closest. They would have to come from exit 36 area. So I immediately responded to assist him.
All right. What did you find when you arrived at the corner of Holmes and Satilla Drive on February 23rd, 2020? Just describe it for the jury.
When I arrived, there was Officer Minshew's patrol car was parked at the intersection. I parked a little bit to the right back of him. I saw him out walking around. I believe he was beginning to take some pictures of the scene. I did see a black male laying on the ground in the middle of the roadway on the pavement. There were a couple of other people walking around, milling around. There was a vehicle in the road further back past the person that was down on the ground.
Did you see any firearms or weapons?
Immediately upon arriving, I did not notice anything at the initial on-scene response.
Okay. And the only officer there when you arrived was who?
Officer Minshew.
All right. Prior to coming in today, you and I have spoken, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you get the opportunity to review your body cam video from that day?
Yes, I did.
All right. When I showed it to you, was it a fair and accurate depiction of the body cam video of your actions on the afternoon of Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Now, with body cam, when you hit the button and it started, what kind of technical issue with your body cam happens?
When you're in the on position, to activate them manually, you'll double press, double tap the center of the camera, which will activate it. You'll hear a beep, and then it'll start recording audio and video. Prior to that, in standby mode, when it's on a continuous loop, which means it's always recording, but with no audio. Upon activating it, either by lights or some other technology that'll activate it simultaneously, it'll record 30 seconds prior to with no audio upon activation. So the last 30 seconds I was just talking to you. If I had my body camera in standby mode, you would see my hands moving, people blinking and whatnot, but no audio. And upon activating it, the audio would start from there with 30 seconds prior of no audio.
Is that what happened with your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 219, Officer Duggan's body cam video.
Subject to the court's prior rulings. And may I say, could we get the mic a little closer? It's very difficult to hear this far away.
Okay, for the court, and I've checked with the deputies a couple times. I know that we're not having, I understand everybody can hear on the jury panel, so we're good there. It must be that corner.
I think it's this corner, maybe the acoustics. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, if we could, if there's any way to turn that mic up, we'll try to do that. I can just get you to speak right into that mic so we get you.
Yes, sir.
No objection, subject to the previous ruling.
Thank you. All right, it's admitted. What's that number again?
This is State's 219.
Thank you.
I believe you'll be able to see it right there on your monitor.
Okay.
Let's stop it right here. At this point, when you were moving your hand and pointing it,
Hold on a second. Let's see if that catches up. That's off, that's something that's already been loaded onto the board, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, mine was kind of, Your Honor.
Is yours, yeah, yours is jumping?
It was jumping around a lot.
That one's jumping and mine's jumping.
oh, there's a little lag on that television? All right, cool. Hopefully it'll load up while I'm asking the question.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Okay. So, Officer Duggan, at this point in time, you see the man here. And
Yes.
is there another person seated over here?
I believe so, yes, there was. I see the one in front of me with the jeans and the light colored shirt. And I believe there was a second person over in the shadows. Yeah.
What did you say to the second person over in the shadows, if anything?
I know I made a motion to the gentleman walking towards me to just hang back. And I'm pretty sure at the time when I saw Mr. Junior on the side, didn't know who he was at the time, but I could see he was covered in blood. There was blood all over. And I remember at some point asking if he was okay.
And what did that man covered in blood, seated over there, say to you when you asked him, are you okay?
It was a quick reply of basically, no, I'm not okay. I just effing killed somebody.
And do you use that profanity with the F word?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I know. I didn't probably do something for him.
Let's
So he
shut
goes
him
on.
down for a second.
Did you forget?
Let's keep, I want to move, just either, we need to figure out, there's a delay there, there's a delay there. Are you still seeing a delay?
Yeah, still seeing a delay and the audio was skipping.
It's skipping.
We need technical support since I did load it onto the monitor.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and take a step into the jury room for just a moment, please.
All right, for jury.
Okay, if y'all just have a seat. See if we can get somebody from IT to take a look at this.
He's on the way, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, when you have a minute, I have one other matter to bring up about the courtroom setup.
That's fine.
I'd like a bathroom break if I have the time.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Hope first. And then we'll break.
I didn't realize until we got started that you actually cannot see the witness from this row of chairs. My client can't see him at all. I can see the top of his head as I'm sitting here. And I know it's set up so if you are here maybe with a single defendant you can see. But now that we've got 3 defendants, 2 of them can't see. Yeah, I've been in 2 other courtrooms where this has been a problem, Jones County and Putnam County most recently. And the sheriff built a riser to comply with the 6th Amendment so we can see and confront the witnesses against us. So I don't know what to do now, and we're good with this today, but I would like to move the court for a fix to get the witness up higher.
So I understand what we're saying is that for today,
We're okay.
and you're raising a confrontation clause issue.
Yes.
We are also fine for today. And we like our arrangement here very much. But I guess out of abundance of caution, we'll join the 6th Amendment concern. We can ponder that over the weekend. Maybe we would waive it for the rest of the trial. But for today,
this one's been raised already, so
we're good for today. Well, Your Honor, you will recall, I think I mentioned the witness box issue.
I understand.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take 10 minutes, and hopefully by that time we'll get IT in here and figure out what's going on. Officer Duggan, I'm going to let you step down. If you could please remain available, and I remind you that you're under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Thank you. All right, 10 minutes. Thank you. Oh, we're not in recess then. I heard the judge.
I said, thank you, Judge.
Oh, I just heard the judge part. All right, 10 minutes.
All right, guys. We got 10 minutes and they will be back. What do y'all think about this case? Hi, I'm Flash by Mike. If y'all don't know me, you can go to Instagram and follow me at Flash by Mike. Okay? And this is the Culture Creators. If you're wherever you're watching it at, it's brought to you by Culture Creators. If you could just hit that like button, subscribe to the page, follow us wherever you at, and tell us what you think about the case. It's crazy. It is very crazy to me. I don't know how y'all feel about it. Shout out to everybody that's in the comments. Raji, everybody on Facebook. Raji been commenting a lot. She really been putting in her 2 cents. Respect Stoner's been doing his thing. Shout out to FJB on YouTube. And hey guys, it's a case, like, everybody's open to put their opinions and comments in the thing, and it should be all respected the same way, because nobody here was there. We only know what they're telling us. So I respect everybody's opinion. And shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Yeah. Keep posting and share this video if you can. Let's see what everybody else is talking about right now. Let's see.
Caught up in the larger issues, right? We get caught up in whether or not laws should be allowed that let citizens do citizens arrests, and we get caught up in these issues. But it all started with someone's passing, and that's what this brings back and makes so much more tangible and real during trial when the jury is seeing and having to witness these types of images.
Yeah, very sobering images there as well. We see the courtroom layout on the screen right now. We see with the judge, the prosecutors, and the defense attorneys and the defendants in this case. We see that L-shaped table right there on the courtroom layout. Apparently, it's become an issue here right before we went to break there, this 10-minute break that we're in. We heard one of the defendants, this would be attorney Frank Hogue, who stood up for his attorney, Gregory McMichael, and said, we can see the top of the witness's head, but that's about it. And walk us through the 6th Amendment here, Shauna Lloyd, because it's pretty much in layman's terms says that the defendant has the right to look the witness in the eye?
Absolutely. They have a right to confront the witnesses, to be able to observe them, see them, and address them through counsel. So what we're seeing here is that defense counsel is really saying that we can't observe them, we can't see them, and therefore it's violating his constitutional right to be able to see them. Now, some of this courtroom layout obviously is due to COVID and due to space restrictions because there are so many defendants in this, but it will have to be addressed unless they waive that right. They can waive it, as they indicated they may possibly discuss it over the weekend. But typically you want to, as defense counsel, they want to be able to see these witnesses. They want the defendants to be able to watch them, see what they're saying, understand their demeanor, because all of that is going to play into how they choose to question this witness and what they take away and what they want to address with this particular witness or any other that takes the stand.
And Alex Prochet, outside the courthouse there, the judge asked the attorneys, were they okay with today? And the defense attorney said, today is okay. It was one attorney who said, we're just fine. We can see the witness just fine. But it looks like the court is actually going to take some time to look at that configuration.
Yeah, it does. And Kenneth, this kind of gets to this ongoing thing where we're seeing things kind of drawn out, right? I mean, at first it was the number of motions going into this trial. Now it's, viewpoints for the witness, and big picture. This gets to the timeline of this trial. We've got the first witness called today, and we've gotten through most of the opening statements, but the timeline that was initially given was around the 19th for this trial to conclude. And so you have to wonder with all these little pauses and delays and 95-minute opening statements for the prosecution here, does that lengthen the timing of this trial? And the reason that matters is because, well, you get past the 19th and you're in the week of Thanksgiving, and then you have some concerns about the jury there.
And let's remind our audience here, our viewers, we've got 3 defendants. They've got their own defense teams, including McMichaels. They're not sharing lawyers here, it appears. And each defense attorney will get a chance to question each witness.
Essentially, yes. Now, what I will say, Kenneth, is that we've seen the attorneys for both Travis and Greg McMichael. They've been working in concert a lot of the way. So, that will shorten some of the questioning on their parts, certainly. But the attorney for William Roddy Bryan, Kevin Goff, has set his own agenda in many respects. And I mean, you've heard that kind of play out, not just in the motions, but even in deferring his opening statement, right? And so, you have to wonder long-term how that's going to play out in this trial.
And Alex, there are going to be a number of people who compare this trial to the death of George Floyd and the trial of Derek Chauvin. Obviously, 2 different cases here, 2 different sets of circumstances. But I think about the images. We both covered that case, and I think about the images that came out on body cam video there from the police. This one and Ahmaud Arbery and his death, those images much bloodier, much more raw of those images that we saw.
Well, not just that, but Kenneth, we're learning that this was the first time that Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, had actually seen the entirety of that cell phone video. At least whenever this first witness was called, Officer Duggan, she was in the courtroom for that. So the assumption is that she at least saw part of that very gruesome body camera footage. We knew that we were going to be seeing this new image coming in, or these new images coming into this trial. We knew that there was body camera footage that had never before been seen. We knew that it was disturbing. And so,
I agree with you, Lisa.
Again, it's one of those for members of
I agree. Thank you for commenting.
Arbery family, and certainly the community that has supported them. When you combine that with some of the other images that we've seen with racial reckoning around Breonna Taylor and also George Floyd, it's compounded, right? And that's certainly some sentiment that I'd expect to see whenever court adjourns today, outside here, whenever they gather.
Alex, do we know if anyone left the courtroom when the judge gave anyone in the gallery an opportunity to leave because of the emotional response that came earlier in the day, again, when Ahmaud Arbery's mom apparently was sobbing in the courtroom. The judge said, he didn't say anything then, but he's saying something now, and he allows some, people to leave. Do we know if anyone left?
So we got a full note that said that Ahmaud's father stepped out of the courtroom before this witness took the stand. And again, was it because of this video? Possibly. We don't know that for certain. But we did know that this was going to be the witness, the officer that had that body camera footage. We knew going into this trial that we were going to see new body camera footage from one of the first officers on scene. So it's easy to connect the dots there. But again, if that is the actual reason why he left the courtroom, we don't know.
All right, Alex and Shauna Lloyd, please stand by. When we come back, I'm going to ask about the importance of this first witness who happens to be a law enforcement officer. ABC News Live continuing coverage in the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery will continue in a moment. Stay with us.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
All right, we're going to move back. Let's move back. We're surrounded by people squeezing into this bomb shelter.
We're on urgent delivery run. I'm not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news.
All right, man. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Tell me. So y'all tell me, like, if somebody was in y'all neighborhood, right, and they building houses, right, and then you just see some guy looking at the houses, you hearing stuff getting stolen. Are you gonna go get a gun and go outside and see what he doing? Are you gonna call the cops? You're gonna maybe find out what's happening? That's all I want to know. But make sure y'all like the video. We appreciate all the support. So if you would like the video, that shows your support, and that's free. All you got to do is click the button wherever you're watching, exit the live chat, hit the like button, jump back into the live chat, and you can, we would appreciate that. They're on a break, so as soon as they get back, we'll be live again. Ain't even mad. Yeah, prayers go out to his family. His mother is in the courtroom crying. I'm gonna get the picture and try to show y'all. She was in there crying. Some shit came up. Again, thank you to everybody that's tuning in. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for everybody commenting. If you're sharing this post, I appreciate it. If you just watching, I appreciate it too. Are you in the courthouse? No, but I have the live source from the courthouse. So, and I can't be there, so I got the right source so we can watch it all together. We need to end racism. That's all I know. How long do you think the trial will run? Longer than Kyle's? Thanks for answering. No problem. Thank you for tuning in. Shout out to Elizabeth, Rod, Respect Stoners. He been in here tough. Heather Lincoln, Lisa, Rod, Mike Jones, FJB. Really appreciate y'all. Yes, it is heartbreaking. Very heartbreaking that this is even going on. And okay, we got a little bit more coverage
by
right
the
here.
attorneys, and it allows the jury to actually see things as
I
they
got
were.
more than just one
Jurors
live coverage.
like
I got
the video.
multiple
They like
live
when they
coverages
can
of them
see
talking
what was
about this
happening
case. So
at that
we're
particular
gonna keep y'all
time. It
really
allows
updated.
them to view that time and space, and that's going to be very important, and it's going to be very lasting. And those are things that typically stick with juries. They often refer back when you talk to juries afterwards, back to videos, back to things that they saw, things that they can make their own conclusions and determinations about. So I think we're going to see a lot of video in this trial, and I think it's going to be very important to our jury members.
And Alex, we heard from the prosecutor during that opening statement about some of the statements the McMichaels made when the officers arrived on the scene. But now we have Officer Dugan on the stand testifying what he heard from the McMichaels.
Exactly, right. And you heard that initial line of questioning when Officer Duggan comes up to a man he sees covered in blood and says, "Are you okay?" And the man says, "No, I'm not. I just expletive shot someone or killed someone." And whenever they resume, I assume that the prosecutor is going to continue that line of questioning as to what that interaction was like with both of the McMichaels on that scene. But again, this is about narratives, and so you heard the defense lay out this narrative that number one, that Travis is someone who had a military background and followed orders, and that even after the shooting, he stayed on and answered questions. I assume that the prosecution is going to get into that as well, and also this idea that Greg McMichael, the father, was not looking for some sort of malice kill or some sort of false imprisonment, that he was simply looking to make a citizen's arrest until the authorities could show up. And I'd expect for this Glenn County officer to speak to that as well in the conversations that happened after that fatal shooting of Ahmaud Arbery.
And Alex, walk us through what we know about this officer, this first witness here. I know, again, 12-year veteran on the force.
Bro. We're not behind. If you watching it
so 12-year veteran
locally,
on the force, we know that, again, bro, that very day he had taken another side gig. You heard him mention that it was allowed for them to essentially work security for other events, whether it be escorting for banks or churches or other community events. He was returning from one, so he was one of those officers in the community that did extra side work, and also the fact that he had his radio on, which he says was department protocol, but heard the call go out and decided to respond because he realized that he was quick there. I mean, that's also got to speak to his calculus and also just his thought process and how he approaches his job, and kind of give you some character reference there for that Glenn County officer.
And Shauna, we have this law enforcement element here with this officer being part of the Glenn County Police Department. We also know the background of the father, and in this case, the defendant, Gregory McMichael, with his previous law enforcement experience. And so we saw the prosecutor there get right to it that, who did you know of the defendants? And it appears that this officer, this first witness, knew of Gregory McMichael.
Absolutely. I think you're going to see
where y'all about to go?
Highlight the although that they may have had background, that they were still not active law enforcement. Law enforcement was other individuals. I think you're going to see the defense align them a little bit closer because they want you to know that they had training and they had background, and they just weren't, out here trying to apprehend any individual specific. So I think you're going to see
y'all already at the y'all going to the hotel
versus defense when it comes to how they try to juxtapose the law enforcement
y'all
with
just got
these
in
defendants in this particular case.
And Shauna, Alex mentioned it. We're talking about,
All right. Well,
the fact that you got to go through this
I'm gonna text
methodically,
Champion
that
too.
we're hearing from all of these attorneys, the jury is, who will be deciding the fate of these three men. But I have to ask, as we're seeing, discussions happen about the layout of the courtroom, can the defendant see the witness? Could any of this be grounds for an appeal if any one of these men are
Yeah,
convicted?
me too. I need to hang out with y'all.
Absolutely. Anytime someone's constitutional rights are violated, there's definitely grounds for an appeal. So the judge has to manage these things very carefully to ensure that everyone's needs or rights are actually being met, right? Because if any of those violations occur, then it is grounds for an appeal. So the judge wants to be sure to get that part right. And that's why he was very clear, and they had to be very clear about whether or not it was going to be okay for today. He wanted to get that very succinct. And you'll see him over the weekend, as he said, they'll be working on it. You're going to see that those types of issues are going to be addressed by the court very seriously, because this judge clearly does not want to have any air of impropriety. And he's trying to keep a very clean record for this particular trial.
And Alex, we expect Officer Duggan to take that stand again and for the direct examination to continue on.
My bad, people. I had my people calling me. But if you're on Facebook, make sure you like it, follow. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the page. But yeah, we need those likes, guys. Make sure you like the video. Like.
Gone. It seems like there is a solid chance that this might be the last witness that we hear from before the weekend.
Yeah, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We have to exercise some patience as well, even though, again, it seems like it's going to be a tedious process inside that courtroom, but that is the wills of justice. And we are going to take a quick break as the court is in break. So ABC News Live continuing coverage in the trial. 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery will continue in a moment. Stay with us.
It was an extraordinary story.
A computer salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do you evade capture for 25 years? How do you do that?
Now, join the search. Follow.
Okay. I'm pretty sure we're like coming back into the court in about 2 more minutes, guys. So, like I said, put your comments and we'll throw them on the screen. And just be respectful in the comments, okay? Let's be respectful.
I know what is wrong, but we gotta do something about this. You wanna be on the run for the rest of your life?
Yeah, we're still on. Let's see. Respect stoners. Black supposedly. So who is the most Albany current, but only if the murderers who make. So what? If it looks like racism, it is going to make headlines. black on black crime really doesn't get televised like that unless it involves a kid, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it has to be something. All right.
Moten, welcome back to ABC News Live, continuing coverage in the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Still with me is ABC's Alex Prochet outside the courthouse there in Georgia, and attorney Shauna Lloyd. Thank you for still being with me. Shauna, let me go back to you. And when I mentioned the images earlier, the graphic images, we are waiting to see if there's more police body camera video, but we understand there was a decent amount on that scene the public hasn't seen before. The jury obviously has been told they can take notes, but they were given strict jury instructions this morning. We talked about the impact of the jury seeing this video as well. If I'm just thinking about the raw, probably emotion that's going through their minds and what they're tasked with right now after watching that video.
Absolutely. Any idea in the juror's mind about this, right now they were debating ideals. When you listen to opening statements, you're kind of thinking of it more in guilt and innocence and what are people doing. But when you see that first video, what it does is it actually makes it a little bit more real, that they are actually dealing with the death of an individual at the hands of another group of individuals. And they have the weight of justice for the person that's passed in their hands, along with the determination of guilt or innocent for the defendants. It suddenly becomes very real to jury members when they see that, because all of a sudden it's so much more clear why we're here. So although you may be aware of it intellectually on some level, the jury now has that sort of real gut-wrenching feeling and weightiness once they start to see these graphic images. They have a different feeling typically after they've seen these types of images and videos.
Shauna, I'm curious, and I know you've seen all types of trials, ones that have been complicated, ones that have been probably a little bit more simple for the state to prove their case, or for the defense to even give put some burden, or excuse me, for the defense to put some doubt, reasonable doubt in the minds of jurors. But I have to ask you as well, when it comes to the court of public opinion, I know we're dealing with the law and what's happening inside that courtroom. The public is seeing these images as well. What kind of pressure or impact do you think is on the court when the public sees these images?
Absolutely. The court is going to definitely feel the pressure because the court of public opinion is very strong. It's very pervasive. It's what causes us to have protests. It's what causes the unrest. Because when the court of public opinion sees images like this and they see the chase, they see that ultimately it ended in a death, and it's based on some law that most people don't even know is still active, citizens arrest, that causes images they allow in, because those images do create a visceral reaction, not only for the jury, but also for the members of the public that are watching this trial.
And when you let the cameras in, there's a chance for there to be technical problems, and that's exactly what we're experiencing now. But we've seen a few technical problems throughout the day here. How can that have an impact on this trial when you've got the prosecutors who've had to stop and start because, as I said, the video wasn't loaded correctly or it was delayed, and you now have more technical issues with even how the court is laid out, logistics, issues as well. How could that have an impact on this trial?
That has an impact really more so on the jury, because what it does is it interrupts the flow of whoever's speaking. So whichever attorney is speaking at that time, or if the judge is going over something, it interrupts their flow. So what you see is the jury then has to get back into the mode of whatever they were listening to. They get kind of pulled out and in. Jurors are not used to that. They're used to, if someone's telling a story, it happens from beginning to end. If they're watching a show, there's not these interruptions. So it also breaks their train of thought. So you want to be very mindful of that, and I'm sure the court is going to try to minimize it as much as possible.
This is a long
Also,
recess.
jurors are going to always have in the back of their mind that they are here for a long time, and they don't want it to be any moment longer than it should be. So what you don't want to have is a jury that becomes frustrated with these type of technical issues over time, because that can spill into how they see things, the way they deal with it, how long they're willing to deliberate. All of those things affect jury members as this time goes on. They're already expected to be there for 10 days. That's a significant amount of time taken from their lives. And so you don't want to make it any longer than it needs to be.
You know, the court definitely has to work those things out. And I'm sure Judge Walmsley is really wanting to work those things out as well, because as we mentioned earlier, that some of these technical issues, or really just about anything that can happen in that court, could be grounds for an appeal if any of those defendants are convicted. Shauna, let me ask you, you're an experienced attorney. You have been listening to the attorneys who stepped up to the plate so far. We haven't heard from everyone, but we've heard a little bit from each defense attorney. Your thoughts so far, and I wouldn't go as far as to ask you to grade them, but I'm curious about your thoughts on what you're hearing from these attorneys on both the prosecution and the defense side.
Seems as though most of the attorneys present are on the ball. I think the lead attorney for the state is doing a very good job. I think she's being very measured in her approach and dealings with opposing counsel. Some of defense counsel have been a little bit cheeky with the court, which I was a little surprised by. Typically, you don't want to, get into any sort of a match or power struggle with the judge. That's typically not the best place to be. However, we've seen some of that initially in some of these arguments about motion. So that's a little interesting or eyebrow raising for me. Other defense counsel seems to be trying to be as cooperative as possible, trying to make sure that they're working with the court and being understanding, which I think in a trial of this magnitude with this many defendants, I think is a little bit more required. And you want to be cognizant of that, because the judge is aware of that. And especially in front of the jury, you want to be very mindful about how you come across to the jury, because all of that paints into the story, because you are the advocate on behalf of your client. So whether or not you mean to, the attributes that the jury attributes to you as an attorney can actually be affected. Your client can be affected by that. So you always want to be mindful about that, especially in front of the jury.
It's probably due to the wireless connection going to the screens. What we do have available that I understand is working just fine is the big board. So the witness has obviously seen the body cam, testified to as much when the video was admitted. The video is going to be played. I'm just going to have him stand if he needs to watch or look at whatever he may be being asked about on the video itself. And I'm going to confirm that the two jurors sitting in the gallery have a clear view of the large board before we go any further. Assuming that they do, I think we've got enough to get through this witness. And over the weekend or later today, we'll figure out what it's going to take to possibly hardwire all of this in order to make sure that we're having fewer technical issues. So that's the plan. That being the case, anything from the state?
We'll go all the way to complete this witness today.
Yeah, I plan to do this one. So I've got time-wise, I think this is probably the only witness we're going to get through today. Okay. So I'm just going to from Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, or Mr. Bryan, ready to proceed. All right. Let's get Officer Duggan. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, officer. So what we're doing, you didn't hear what I was saying. Since you've already seen the video, we're limited to the large monitor. You maybe asked some questions about the video itself. If you need to stand up and look at what's on the big monitor, you're welcome to do so. You don't need my permission to be up and down. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to fall out. All right, let's go get the panel.
All rise for the jury, please. Please be seated.
We probably need them on this end. Yeah. Well, if I would prefer them at the state's table, then if you drop your laptop screens and anything else that may be on that table just to get through this video. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back on. Officer, I remind you that you're under oath. I just want to confirm to the two of you that are sitting there in the gallery, right now we're going to be limited to using this large board. Can both of you see that large board? If at any point during the presentation of evidence, the two of you or any one of you has a problem seeing the evidence as it is being presented, as I said in my preliminary charge, please let me know and we'll do whatever we need to make sure that you have a clear view of the evidence as it is presented. Okay, everybody understand? Ma'am, right on the end there, do you have any issue seeing the large board? Yep. You can see it. Okay, thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. So once again, I think we're back at State's Exhibit 219. Who is that gentleman right there?
That would be Officer Minshew.
Yeah, I know. They're trying to do something more. Second. Now you first take it. What got in the girl? to the center console, please. You'll wipe off once you get here. Just stay over there, boy. I know. I'm glad you know. Michael. Stay here. All right. Yeah, there's nothing I can do for this gentleman. I got more tape. Yeah, I got something for you. I got more tape if, Seven is fine. Sorry.
Officer Duggan at this point in time.
Shotgun, center chest, he on stomach. Got here and rolled him over. He stopped breathing in a couple of minutes.
So, Officer Duggan, I'm going to stop this right now and ask you a question. Does the sound appear to be a little off on this, not capturing everything?
That is correct.
Okay, and so we're not hearing actually everything through the sound system right now that is on this body cam video, are we?
That is correct.
Is it fair and accurate as far as depicting what is going on as far as the people in the scene, meaning Officer Minshew and the other people who are in where the crime scene tape is?
Yes,
Okay, so the video that we're seeing right now is very accurate, is that right?
that is correct.
Okay, but these are the EMS people that we're looking at right now?
EMS and fire, yes, ma'am, that arrived on scene.
All right. And the problem, of course, that we're seeing with the playing of this right now is they were actually speaking to you, saying some things, but we were not hearing that. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And
For right now, Officer Duggan, let's go ahead and continue with the video. At this point in time, are you communicating to EMS what you had done as far as tending to Mr. Arbery's body?
Yes.
And had you made an earlier determination that there was nothing else you could do for Mr. Arbery?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you make that determination?
For the amount of blood loss that I observed on the scene, the lack of rise, and the scent of his.
Yeah, please test fine. Pause the video. Call the question form.
So at that point, when you had made that determination, it was because of blood loss. What else?
The amount of blood loss I saw on the scene, the lack of rise and fall of the chest, and basically the gaping wound that I saw in his chest. There was nothing I could do for him.
The nature and extent of that wound?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at this point in time, are other officers beginning to arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
So these would be other officers who had responded to Minshew's call out, is that correct?
Yes, the ones that were on duty on his shift, yes.
All right. In addition, when we go back, and here we are at minute 4:31. At any point in time, this gentleman standing here, did you ever know who that was or interview him or anything along those lines?
No, ma'am.
Is it uncommon for people to come to scenes like this?
No, it is not.
At this point in time? That point in time when you turned around to look behind you, was someone actually standing behind you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Junior, Mr. McMichael.
All right. And did you know where Greg McMichael was at this point in time?
I believe he was still across the street. I'm not sure.
So when we're looking here, when you say across the street, are you talking about Officer Jackson and Mr. McMichael over here?
Yes, ma'am. Across from behind. I wasn't aware at the time then who was behind me.
At this point, you shut off your body cam.
That's correct.
And did you then stay at the scene for any length of time?
For a few minutes after that, to debrief the responding supervisor and to have permission to exit the scene and leave.
Right. And did you write a report in conjunction with the work that you had done that day in responding to Holmes and Satilla Drive on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. In addition, when you got there via your car, how does dash cam work in a patrol car?
The cameras that we had at the time are linked to usually the lights and the sirens. More importantly, the switches on our console that activate our lights. When we activate the lights, if the camera is on, it will activate the camera to start recording. The system that I had in my car at the time was a watch guard camera system. It has a separate shoulder mounted mic, which I was not wearing that day as I was in an off-duty capacity and often did not wear because I had an actual body camera that would capture the audio. So therefore, there was no audio to the video that was captured when I departed out of the restaurant parking lot and responded to the scene.
And with regard to State's Exhibit 220, which contains 5 videos from your dash cam, have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 220 and those 5 dash cam videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Any alterations?
No, ma'am.
All right, the time the state would tender into evidence, State's Exhibit 220.
You're asking about his dash cam?
Correct.
Yes, no objection.
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. This time the state will publish. Where are we? Right here, Officer Duggan.
I was traveling northbound on 17, going towards Satilla Shores, just passed underneath the I-95 overpass. Frontage road on the right where McDonald's is. Coming up to the Satilla Shores neighborhood on the right-hand side.
And were your sirens going this entire time?
Yes, ma'am, and lights.
Is that a red porta potty?
Appears to be so, yes, ma'am.
Is that a man on a bicycle waving at you?
Yes, appeared to be.
Once again, here's that officer.
I was Officer Minshew.
And who just came in frame?
That would be myself.
Video 2 of State's Exhibit 220. Over to the right, person pacing back and forth?
I believe that was Mr. Travis Michael.
Now, I'm going to pause here at 2:11, 2:14. This person you just walked from over here to over here, who's that?
That's Mr. McMichael Sr.
All right. And the individual back over here that you barely see, did you even notice him when you were there at the scene?
No, ma'am, I have my back to him.
Okay. Do you know who that person is now?
I believe so, yes.
And who is that?
The third party over here.
Mr. Bryan?
That's correct. There he is.
Takes their video of 60220. At this point in time, do you actually know where Greg McMichael or William Bryan are?
No, I don't know.
Safety exhibit 4, safety exhibit 220, video number 4. Who are these gentlemen who are coming into scene here at second 24?
Glenn County EMS.
Who are these two officers, if you know?
Officer Roberts and Brandenberry.
Who is this officer crossing right now?
I think that was Officer Brandenberry.
And these two gentlemen approaching Mr. Arbery's body?
Fire rescue paramedics.
And lastly, reading number 5, states exhibit 220. Do you know who this gentleman is who's just walked up and is speaking to Officer Brandenberry?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Stopping now, right here at 120. Person over here in this corner. You see where I'm pointing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm back up a touch. 1 minute and 18 seconds. Who is that person?
I'm not sure. I can't really tell from here.
Okay.
I'm thinking it's Mr. Michael Sr.
And then he was talking to you over here in the blue shirt. Did you know who that was?
No, ma'am.
I think that states exhibit 220. Your body cam was uploaded and made part of this case file?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. And in the report that you wrote in conjunction with this activity, Did you include in there what Mr. Travis McMichael had said to you?
I did.
And after this, what we saw in this video, did you receive authorization from Sergeant Leska to then leave the scene?
Yes, I did.
I may have a moment. I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good early evening, Officer Duggan.
Good evening, sir.
We had a chance to talk just a little bit before you testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. We hadn't really talked before then.
Not at all.
Not at all, yeah. So you know me as Jason Sheffield. I represent Travis McMichael.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as I understand it, when you arrived on the scene, you're going to follow a protocol that essentially tells you what you need to do first, second, and third. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
All right. So first on the list is officer safety. You'd agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. The safety of yourself and others that could be in harm's way.
That is correct.
All right. Then once you establish that you're safe, that others are safe, and there's no present danger or threat, then it becomes about scene integrity.
That is correct.
So as we see you step into the scene on the video, these are the things that are running through your mind.
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that when you see Officer Minshew, who was the first officer to arrive on scene, that you're looking at him to see at what phase he might be in about assessing safety and whether or not it's safe to enter the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you trust that Officer Minshew had made enough of a determination to feel safe to be out on the scene and start to assess things yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second thing that you then sort of undertook when you got into the scene was to do an assessment of Mr. Arbery. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now you have had a lot of medical training, 184 hours, I believe is what you testified to.
Yes.
Okay, which includes assessing the health and wellness of people who have been shot by guns.
That is correct.
Okay. In your time doing that, have you come to understand about wounds and gunshot wounds and blood loss?
Yes, I have.
All right. Is it fair to say that you have made observations in the past about the amount of blood loss a person can endure before it becomes fatal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you had arrived at the point where you were going to be assessing Mr. Arbery, and before you turned him over to really check and look at wounds, there was a lot of blood that you noticed on the ground.
That is correct.
Okay. Was it your opinion at that moment, before you even flipped him over, that the volume of blood loss could have been such a complete volume that he would have been deceased at that moment?
It could have.
Okay. And when you turned him over, one of the things that I think you noticed, and I'll just say this, you wrote a report in this case, right?
That is correct.
You and I discussed the report that you wrote.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that report, really, you wrote a lot of your observations about that day.
That is correct.
Okay. And those observations include observations about Mr. Arbery when you came up to first encounter him.
That is correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you noted was that he had fixed eyes.
That is correct.
Okay. And fixed eyes is a sign of brain death. You familiar with that?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. You noted fixed eyes as something that indicated that his eyes were not reacting to light.
Correct.
Right. His pupils were not opening or narrowing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you mean by fixed.
Correct.
And that his gaze was also not moving. His eyeballs were not looking around or doing anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe that you made the conclusion that there was nothing that you could do to do any form of resuscitation.
That is correct.
Okay. You were also asked about Baker 9. Baker 9 being the area that includes Satilla Shores and the Exit 29 area, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it my understanding that you are one of the officers that works the Baker 9 area?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, but the Baker 9 area is an area that's worked, and I think your testimony was by one officer at a time. Is that fair to say?
Usually, yes, sir.
Usually is. And is that because there's a population size that determines Baker 9 and one officer is enough to work that particular Baker?
Not particularly the population. It does have a factor in that. It'd be fair to say population size for that is sparse in that area.
Okay.
More concentrated near the interchange area and going west. And then it's dense populated or
Becomes
relatively.
more densely populated after that. Okay. Are there some Bakers where one officer works multiple Bakers?
On occasion, yes.
Okay. And I think your initial statement when the state was asking you is that there are a quote unquote fair share of calls in the Baker 9 area.
That is correct.
And what you mean by that is people calling 911 for whatever problems that it is that they're having that they need law enforcement assistance with.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Now, one of the things that you also did when you came onto the scene is you made some observations about Travis McMichael, who you've been kind of referring to as Junior.
That is correct.
Okay, and what you mean by Junior is that he's the son of Mr. McMichael.
That is correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you observed about him was that he was very upset.
He appeared, yes.
Yes, that's something that you noted in your report. You wrote the words very upset. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you also talked about the fact that he was sitting kind of off to the side by himself, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And that he was doing a lot of pacing, right?
I don't recall him doing a whole lot of pacing.
I thought we just watched the video where you saw him kind of pacing back and forth.
On the video, I saw that.
Okay, so the point that you're trying to make is maybe you don't independently recall that, but now that you've watched the video, you see that there was a lot of pacing going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you did notice that he was covered in blood.
That is correct.
Do you recall seeing that he also had blood on the back of his neck? Do you remember seeing that?
No, sir.
Okay. One of the things that you did at some point, I think we may even see you do it on the video, is you kind of indicate over here, and you asked Travis if he is okay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what you meant by is he okay essentially is because he has blood on him and because he's there at this scene of the shooting, you want to know if he's got a physical problem ongoing at that moment, right?
That was the meaning of my question.
That was the meaning of your question, but he interpreted that in his response to you with kind of an emotional response by saying, no, I just killed someone.
That's correct.
Okay. And as you and I were talking, and I was asking you to help me understand how you interpreted his emotional response, I believe what you shared with me is that it was like a driver of a car who had just hit a child and then asking that driver after that accident, are you okay? And the person says, no, I'm not okay. I just killed a child. That's how you kind of likened it to me. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things that the state asked you about was your training. And after 12 years of training, part of that includes use of force training, right?
That is correct.
When to use particular styles of policing to try to either, number one, de-escalate a situation, right?
Correct.
Or to have to use a particular level of force to either protect others or yourself. Fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that I think you've been taught is leaps. Does that term have meaning to you? Leaps, L-E-A-P-S.
Not familiar, no, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with, in terms of when you begin to investigate a situation, that you would use something that's called leaps that stands for, I'll expand it for you, listening, empathizing, asking questions, paraphrasing, and summarizing. Is that a technique that you're familiar with when it comes to engaging with either a suspect or somebody that you might be investigating?
No, sir.
Okay, so how about this? When you're investigating a particular person that you may think has done something wrong, one of the techniques that you might do is to come up and talk to that person.
Correct.
Okay. You might ask them questions.
Yes.
To try to understand what's going on.
Correct.
And this is something that you've been taught to do as a police officer, right?
Correct.
Don't just assume the worst. Let's begin with or attempt to have a conversation.
That is right.
Okay. And you might try to empathize with that person to try to see it from their perspective a little bit as a way to potentially keep things from rising up and getting heated.
Correct.
Okay. The other thing that you would certainly be taking stock of is the mental state of the person, right?
At this point, I'm going to go ahead and object to relevancy of what Officer Duggan and his training as far as all of these things have to do with his responding to the scene of this homicide.
My response is, Your Honor, this officer was asked about his training. He's on cross-examination about that and about his approach, and I feel it's a fair area for cross-examination.
The objection sustained. We've seen what his involvement was as far as this particular case, unless you can work me through exactly what this would be relevant to in his role in this case.
Yeah, we have an officer who's been trained, who's gotten training in use of force and de-escalation. He has a knowledge to answer some of these questions. And as the court knows, this case is going to be about use of force and de-escalation.
But the objection sustained.
Okay. So you're not allowing me to ask him any more questions about his training? Is that what I understand?
I didn't say that. The objection to your question was sustained about the line of questioning that you're going down.
All right. One of the things that you do as an officer, though, is if you can't have questions necessarily answered by someone, you're also, though, paying attention to how they're interacting with you.
I'm going to object to this entire line of questioning as relevancy for this officer. He didn't interact with any witnesses, and we object to relevancy.
Sustain the objection on that line of questioning.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene, you're looking at Travis McMichael, right?
Correct.
You're looking at Greg McMichael, right?
Correct.
All right. You're looking to see who else is around you, right?
Yes.
And as you're assessing officer safety, you're looking at their conduct and behavior.
Correct.
All right. You obviously have now seen Officer Minshew show up on the scene, and you've made an assessment of that he may have done that, assessed the behavior of people.
Correct.
But as you're arriving on the scene, you're also going to make your own assessment.
Correct.
Okay. And you're going to look to see the behavior of Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael as you approach and enter into that scene, right?
That is right.
You're going to be looking to see if there's any aggressive movements by them.
Yes.
Right? You're looking to see if they approach you.
Correct.
You're looking to see if they respond to you when you talk to them.
Correct.
You're looking to assess their level of mental acuity so that you can determine if there's anything wrong with them.
To an extent, yes.
Right. And so one of the things you might do is ask them questions to see how they respond to you.
Correct.
Okay. And so also, at no point did you have to use with Travis or Greg McMichael any kind of verbal commands against them to try to de-escalate them in any way.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't have to say something like, stop, don't come any closer.
I did
You
have
did not.
I did have Mr. Michael, Mr. Senior.
Okay. There was a moment where you were close to Mr. Arbery that Mr. Greg McMichael started to walk towards you a little bit.
I believe there were 2 times, yes.
Okay. And you put your hand out and you said, you need to just stand back for a minute.
That is correct.
So that's an example of how you might use a verbal command to keep some distance between you and another person. In this case, Mr. Greg McMichael.
That is correct.
Okay. But at the time that he walked to you, he wasn't doing anything like reaching into pockets or holding any kind of a weapon.
No, he was not.
Okay. You were essentially trying to assess Mr. Arbery at that moment.
Yes.
Okay. And so for the entirety of your time on the scene, you never had to say to Travis, stop or don't come closer to me.
Correct.
He was very cooperative and kind of waited over to the side.
That is correct.
1 second, please. Don't have anything further for the witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from Greg or Michael?
No question.
Anything from Mr. Brown?
No questions.
All right. Anything then further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, officer. You can go ahead and step down.
Your Honor, for the record, we are not releasing any of our witnesses from subpoenas, and all of our witnesses have been informed they are not to discuss their testimony, and we are reserving the right to recall Officer Duggan if necessary.
All right, Officer Duggan, you are subject to recall. Thank you.
We were going to ask that you not be released, but it sounds like you're not.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're released for the day. You're just subject to recall. Thank you. I think that was misinterpreted as you needed him to stay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a good breaking point for the day. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to adjourn until 9 o'clock Monday morning. Over the weekend, all of the instructions that I've given you still apply. I want to remind you of a few, and I told you you're going to hear these over and over again. You're probably going to be thinking about them as you're walking around in a couple of days. I say thinking about them. You won't be able to get them out of your head. So again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not go looking for any information about the case. If anybody approaches you about the case, please notify the court and we'll go ahead and address that. Don't let anybody discuss this case in your presence of hearing. With those instructions, and just to be clear, don't go picking up newspapers. Make sure your news feeds are off. If you're out socially over the weekend, don't let anybody talk to you about the case or approach you about the case. And if anybody's talking about the case wherever you are, please walk away. With those instructions, I again want to thank you. I want to thank you for your service to Glenn County and to the Superior Court. It is appreciated. I appreciate your patience with us as we move through this process together. Have a good, I keep looking over here. I'm so used to looking at the box. Don't want to ignore the two of you there. But with those instructions, have a good weekend. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, y'all be seated. Jury is clear. Anything from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor, just that State's Exhibit 219 obviously was not playing the correct sound, and I could tell. I got some eye contact with the defense attorneys. I thought we could also tell, and then Duggan was definitely looking at me like this is off. So obviously, we have to get with our IT team to determine why, because these are all going to be on the same player, this DLC player, and if the sound isn't going to work, we've got to figure that out.
Yes.
I will do that. I will try and reach out to Cedric and make sure we can do that. Nothing
Anything,
else further.
all right. Anything from Travis McMichael before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We've got a number of things technically we need to work through. I will get with whoever I need to get with in order to figure out what we need to do about a witness, or not a witness, about the witness box. And also I understand that we're going to be looking at the boards and make sure that we have clear video and sound on whatever we have here in the courtroom for Monday. So I'll endeavor to see if we can get that or those things addressed. So everybody have a good weekend. Everybody stay safe. The weather out there is terrible, so please be careful. And we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock Monday morning. We're in recess. No, it's off the record. Well, maybe, I don't want to do it here. Can we turn the, just turn the mics off?
Hey, you need the keys. I locked it.
Which one?
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Here we go, guys.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
In the American judicial system, victims of racial violence often suffer two deaths. First, they kill the body, then they kill their name. We saw some very graphic video today. We saw some very violent scenes. But the most difficult, the most upsetting part for this family was the arguments presented by the defense. And they did everything that they could to put the victim, Ahmaud Arbery, on trial, to criminalize his very existence. Everything about him was criminal. When he was running, instead of just jogging, he was fleeing a crime. No evidence of that, just their statements. When he was walking, pacing in an empty, open dwelling, he was prowling around, plundering. It's been adamantly clear, made repeatedly clear through the testimony today that Ahmaud Arbery committed no crime. His only crime was being black. And the defendants, cloaked in their whiteness, decided that that was enough. And somehow today they have presented themselves as the victim. It is as sickening as the crime scene that we witnessed today. It's an affront to this family. We're hoping that the jury can see past it.
All that I would say, I just want justice. But he was racially wrong here. I just want justice. And I pray to God the jury see that this man was wrong.
We'll take a few questions.
Lee, this is for family. I know that not all the family had seen the video. It was kind of popped up in court. You've seen it now, Wanda. We saw your reaction. How are you seeing it?
I'm doing okay. Many times over the last 18 months, I questioned what happened to Ahmaud, his last minutes of his life. I often avoided the video, but today I decided it was time to see the video to kill my curiosity. It's very heartbreaking, but I've got past that part.
Any other questions?
Talk about the overwhelming support that the Arbery family is seeing through the GoFundMe. Seen more than $200,000 garnered online. Any reaction to that?
We've enjoyed the continued support of the Glen County community, the national community, and the international community. Right now, during this very difficult trial and process, that is going to be more important than ever. And so we continue to appreciate the ongoing support from the community. Any other questions?
Hey, what do you say to the defense claim that Ahmaud was have been seen in the neighborhood on surveillance video on multiple occasions before all this happened?
Yeah, Ahmaud had been seen in the neighborhood. Ahmaud was an avid jogger. You would listen to the prosecutor's opening statement. She says that at some point they plan to introduce his shoes into evidence because the soles have been worn out. I've been in that community before. There's a jogging community there that was familiar with Ahmaud. Everyone knows, his mom will tell you. Everyone who's ever known Ahmaud will tell you that he goes for runs both day and night. The fact that he was present on that property at night is in itself not an indication of any criminal intent. What would be is what he did when he was there, and luckily it was caught on camera. All 4 times that they demonstrated that Ahmaud was seen on camera, not a single time was he ever accused of taking anything, breaking anything. And the defense continued to mischaracterize his presence there as breaking in. You can't break into a place with no windows, doors, or trespassing signs. He was there lawfully upon the property. And their attempt to make that nefarious is, again, an aversion to criminalization of his blackness alone.
Piggybacking off of that, Mr. Merritt, the defense continually said that he was plundering and plundering. What do you make of that characterization of that use of the word and throughout the opening statement?
They borrowed the term from Mr. English, who had property stolen from him, from his boat. Mr. English said that Ahmaud Arbery was never seen taking anything. In fact, there is in fact video of Ahmaud Arbery in the place. I don't see how that is considered plundering, walking casually back and forth, apparently catching his breath, each time running from the yard in continuance of his jog. So I think it's a mischaracterization, but again, we expect that from the defense.
And Lee, what do you make of Kevin Goff deferring his opening statements using a Georgia law that even the judge hadn't heard about to wait till the end?
I thought that was, again, from Mr. Goff. I don't expect professionalism. I don't expect anything standard. He has made some bizarre moves during the entire trial. I expect that to continue.
You wanted a mistrial at the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justice for Ahmaud! Yay! Justice for Ahmaud!